Hello and welcome to another stream of Call of Cthulhu to complete my medicine-focused playthrough. Hey there, Senny. Welcome on in, dude. What timing? You go on Twitch and you're live that second. That's very good timing, actually. That's really, really cool. It is cool when that happens. It's going really good, thanks, dude. I had a good day today. It was good to take a little bit of a streaming break from the 3 streams I did. 10 hours each. 10 to 11 hours each. So I want to start this stream of Call of Cthulhu later today instead of doing it earlier, because then I thought, well, I don't really have anything else that I would slot in, so I may as well not stream the first part of the day and just wait till the later one. So here we are. But how's things going with you, dude? I hope you had a good day yesterday as well. Thank you so much for using the bits to enlarge that emote. Thank you very much, dude. It's probably my favorite Alan Wake emote that I've got, I'd say. Yeah, Crooked, like, it's sort of like yesterday's stream of Black Flag. I thought, well, I still have a lot of story left, but it should probably only take me, what, 5 hours? 10 hours later. I finished the game now. Better load the right save file. Here we go. So I'll reread this, and this will also act as a bit of a recap as well for what we're up to in the story. Crooked, going well. Was a bit nervous about a meeting with your boss today since your contract ends soon, but turns out it was good news and that they want to extend the contract, so very happy about those news. That is awesome, dude. Congratulations. I don't blame you for feeling, a bit nervous going in, because when there's something that's, really important, it's definitely understandable to, be a bit nervous and not knowing exactly what to expect, but that's great outcome. Like, I don't blame you for being happy about that. Chapter 7, The Nameless Bookstore. The Shambler turned out to be much more than an artwork painted by Sarah Hawkins, as a huge creature came out of the painting to attack Pierce. After a hard fight, the detective managed to send it back into the painting. He later discovered that the dagger he used to repel the creature had been sold to Sanders by a man named Algernon Drake, owner of the Nameless Bookstore. Pierce decides to pay the library a visit. Oh, that's no worries at all, dude. Because you go into a situation like that and you're like, right, okay, is it going to be good news? Is it going to be bad news? If it is bad news, like, how bad is it going to be,
Where is the bookseller? Freud's The Interpretation of Dreams. It's the work that laid the foundations of psychoanalysis at the beginning of this century.
The Interpretation of Dreams. This practical work, written by Sigmund Freud, for psychologists, describes the techniques of analytical interpretations of dreams. The analysis must follow several rules, especially that of free association, a principle announced by Freud at the end of the 19th century. It treats dreams as a way of revealing buried desires. I cannot believe that this theory is applicable to my nightmares. Crooked, for sure. You kind of brace yourself for every scenario, and for you it's something you just want to do immediately and just get it past you, no matter if it's bad or good, lol. Absolutely, dude. Like, that's definitely something that is relatable, because it's like, look, just tell me. Like, don't need it to be drawn out, don't need to have this big preamble about it. Really looking forward to play this game in a few years. In a few years, yeah. It's like, imagine though, Crooked, like you're about to get to a certain game in your timeline order, and then a new game comes out that you didn't know about, but you see it and you like the look of it, and you're like, oh, when is this game set? And then you're like, oh, it's set in the time that I'm about to, jump into. And then it's like, oh, that's another game to add to the list. Hey, Anasune, welcome on in. How's it going? That was weird with that mission. Like, in all the times I've played Brotherhood, I never actually noticed the descriptions for the main mission and the optional objective, and how, like, each other cancels the other one out. Crooked, that's true. There's still a good chance there's going to be more games added. That's true too. Oh yeah, it's like this is the list of games, and then oh, here's another one. Well, here's the updated version. So that was the book that gave us some progression in medicine.
An old diary.
Oh, good. That's not a occult item. I was like, is this going to be an occult item or not? Got some information there to recap. But let's have a look. The occult. No, actually be inventory, that's right. And knowledge. Okay, so the book that we just got. Diary of the Pastor's Wife. Volume 4. The pastor declared himself to be the prophet. He renounced God and worshipped a strange pagan entity with a monstrous appearance. His wife tried to reason with her husband, but in vain. He was convinced that he must listen to this voice in his head because it holds the truth. And the voice said to him, "Nothing is true. Everything is permitted." Crooked, you've already worked on a contemporary history timeline, so from 1945 until present time, even if it's going to be a long time until you even get there. That's great that you are, though, dude. Like, it's good to plan that ahead of time, because then there might be some other kinds of like ideas you might come up with that those time periods actually might make you think of, because other time periods in the past might not have been viable for it. So hey there, Spectrum. It's going really good. I'm having a good day. How about yourself? Crooked, you really like the UI in this game. It's really good how it's laid out. It's very simple, which is really good too, as well. And they're pretty good with letting you know whether or not you still have an item that you haven't actually looked at yet. But there's a lot of really interesting things in this game story that you can read about. And a lot of it too is missable because you just might not investigate that spot and might not find that book. Like this book, for example, there's not a lot of detail in it, but if you're wanting to get all the volumes of this diary that we've got here, then it's good to be able to explore a bit and then find these things as well. Understand, are you doing alright? Finally did that horse challenge. Turns out it's bugged and only counts the first kill after mounting. So basically you have to mount, kill, dismount, mount, kill, dismount, mount, etc. That's the kind of stuff I understand. I really wish they would actually fix. Like, surely there's a way that they could fix that kind of stuff, La shaya waklon mutlak pal kolon mumkin. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. Thanks for redeeming that, Crooked. If that's too difficult to pronounce, nothing is true, everything is permitted works too. Yeah, I thought I'd cover the base because it's one of those things, like, I've heard it so many times, but I can't remember exactly how each word is actually pronounced. So I don't know how I did it there, but I just sort of just winged it. Spectrum, you got to go hiking yesterday and plan to go again today. You're having a warm spell. Oh, that's cool that you had a great time with the hiking. Hope you get another good day as well. And if it's warm weather, that's good. I mean, in one hand, if it's too hot, it might be, different. But yeah, that's good to hear, Spectrum. Could imagine Arnie as an assassin. Now that would actually be really cool. Like, he's definitely one of those famous people that I think would be cool to see in an Assassin's Creed game. Hey there, Mr. Goatee. How's things going for you? Crooked, it sounded pretty accurate according to Ezio's pronunciation from Brotherhood. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Like imagine this: you are trying to say something in a different language, and your natural accent isn't the accent of the character you're playing. So you have to not only do the accent of the character that you're playing, but then you have to pronounce something in a different language using that accent. Mr. Gaty, nothing is true. Everything is reps, reps, reps. Absolutely, if you're going to the gym, that's for sure. And I just noticed that my mic was muted the whole time I was reading at least this stuff. Jeez, Rod. Alright. Did I read... That is, did I have the mic unmuted when I read about the clues? Sorry, the Diary of the Pastor's Wife? Did I read that? Did that come through on stream? And What else? There was something else. Occult. When I read about these, did they come through on stream? Spectrum, you walked along the Shenandoah River, so peaceful. Oh, was it really? Yeah. Oh, that's good, though. It's good when you can find environments like that. Yeah, crooked. Whoops. Mr. Goatee, just got muted. Well, that was in good sport. Crooked, did you think it was only the last entry that had you muted? Oh, yes, so the one about the effect on Pierce's sanity. Because I read The Disappeared Tribe, and I read Sleeping Cultist. Did the Dagger of the Ancients and the Painting of the Shambler come through? Spectrum, nope. Nope. Disappeared Tribe. A tribe of men, worshippers of the sea and its benefits, landed on the shores of an island surrounded by dark waters. They were discovered by the creature some call the Devourer of Whales. For years the creature hunted them down into their dreams until their weakened minds surrendered. Following the creature's orders, they sunk into the dark waters surrounding the island and never came back. Extract taken from Malleus Bestiarum by Abigail G. Sleeping Cultist. They are laid out on a frozen stone. One would say that they are dead, but their bodies do not decompose. Are they in some form of coma? One thing is sure, these men were subjected to a type of treatment that changed their physical characteristics. I'm not sure that we can still call them men. Extract from the notebook of Edward Pierce, private detective. Dagger of the Ancients. This exceptional dagger of Ottoman origin probably dates from the 16th century. It bears the elder sign on its hilt. It apparently belonged to Pagali Ibrahim Pasha, Grand Vizier at the court of Suleiman the Magnificent. Legend tells that Pagali used the symbol on the dagger to protect the court from a creature that had haunted the mirrors of the palace. What is certain is that Suleiman had his vizier executed. Did he fear him after his demonstration of power? Extract from Art and Mysticism, Francis Sanders' Forgotten Objects. Painting of the Shambler. The painting was exposed in Francis Sanders' gallery, but I think that the creature no longer requires it for movement. It went to hunt down Sanders in the cellars of the Riverside Institute. I do not know where it comes from, but one thing is sure, it's starving. Did I succeed in sending it back to its world? I'm not sure. Extract from the notebook of Edward Pierce, private detective. Sanity, shaken. The ordeals you have gone through have left their mark, but you still manage to as best you can. You keep your mind busy in order to chase away doubts and painful memories. You still have some way to go. Who knows where your mind could lead you along the paths of insanity. Meet the Shambler. It is in Francis Sanders' private gallery that Pierce discovers the identity of the Shambler, a huge artwork painted by Sarah Hawkins. When Pierce approached it, a creature burst forth from the painting and immediately chased after him. This beast from another dimension has such a hold on the mind of a person who finds himself in its presence that a simple glance in its direction is enough for Pierce to lose some sanity. Pierce finally managed to send the Shambler back into the painting using a dagger engraved with a strange symbol, but this encounter has left its mark on the psyche of the investigator. Still under the influence of the creature, he almost stabbed his own hand. There we go. So I just thought I'd reread over not only some of the stuff that I might have actually read with the mic unmuted, but also with the mic muted as well. So there we go. So skills. This will always have an exclamation mark because I can't put any skills into anything because for this playthrough it's medicine focus. And you can't put skills into medicine and occultism after the start of the game where it asks you to actually put skill points into any of these categories. So at the top of the at the top of the playthrough, I put all the points that the game gave me at the start straight into medicine. But after that point, you can't put them into medicine and occultism. You have to actually pick up books that are related to either one of these categories to actually increase the skill in it. But as for these other skills, I can't even use the points. So I've got like 20 character points here that I can't use. History of Darkwater, Volume 2. A Puritan colony, led by Reverend John Wickwood, settled on the island during the 17th century. They named the island Darkwater because of the dark shades of the sea. They believed it was because of the peculiar color of the rocks surrounding the island. They erected the first buildings, among which were the Hawkins Manor, the church, and the cemetery. The rare documents and handwritten notes they left spoke of nightmares and deviant behaviors. They disappeared at the beginning of the 18th century. Alright, so this book is a book on occultism, and I'm going to choose, of course, to not read, because in this playthrough, when it comes to the occultist stuff, I'm not having Pierce read it.
No.
He said the thing. He said no. Handbook on Anatomy and Dissection, Book 2. As precise and illustrated with as much detail as the first volume, this book focuses on healing surgery specific to malformations and motor disorders. Breviary of Medicine, Tome 3. Even a few years back, it was possible for a single practitioner to know all the medical knowledge of his time. This book, which concludes the series, shows that this is now virtually impossible. About 10 renowned doctors took part in putting together this collection.
The Book of Zion is the foundational work behind Helena Blavatsky's Theosophical movement. Its followers placed truth on the same footing as a religion.
Book of Zion. These Tibetan writings are at the origin of the esoteric movement founded by Helena Blavatsky at the end of the 19th century. The creator of Theosophy would have drawn extensively on the texts of this work, but no one has ever been able to consult them. I thought that they didn't exist. This book, discovered in the nameless bookstore on Darkwater, could be as much a fake as irrefutable proof of Blavatsky's sincerity. Damn it. That's a book that leads to Occult. So we have to restart. So there'll probably be some things I'll have to recollect, but that's all good.
Where's Freud's The Interpretation of Dreams? It's the work of an old diary. No.
Honestly, what does Occult do? So it actually increases Pierce's knowledge of the occult. And if you go into your skill tree as well, it's one of the skills that you, at the start of the game, when they give you your initial points, they let you actually put it into occultism or medicine. But beyond that point, you actually have to find books in the game world specific to medicine or occultism to actually increase it further. But those initial character points you get given at the start of the game, you can put them into either one of these. But yeah, occultism represents your knowledge of the occult sciences. Improving this skill increases your chances of determining the use and origin of occult artifacts and of expressing your knowledge of the myth. It can also, I think, from memory too, it can give you certain options in dialogue that you don't have otherwise if you don't invest in it. The medicine and occult skills can only be improved by objects discovered in the environment.
What a strange amulet. I have a feeling I'd better not touch it.
Damn it. Jesus Christ. Sometimes, before you actually look at an object, it will actually tell you with the icon which category it actually falls under, but they don't always do that. So sometimes you'll just be like, ooh, what's this? And then it'll be like, thanks for collecting that. This is now added to your occultism. And if you're doing a playthrough like I am,
Freud's The
this playthrough is
Interpretation of
like,
Dreams.
fuck.
Where's the bookseller? An old diary. No.
Honestly, they just assumed Occult was something that leads to a bad ending or whatnot. Well, I think it can contribute to one of the endings, but there's also a lot of very specific things that you need to make sure. This isn't a spoiler for those who don't want to know what all the endings are, but your choice of what ending you actually get, there's two choices that you can actually get at the end of the game that you'll always have as choices, irrespective of what you do in the lead up to getting to that point. However, there's two other endings that you need to do very specific things to actually get the option to pick them at the end of the game. But yeah, whether you read like the occult books and all that kind of stuff, that's one element that goes towards the other endings, but there's also other things along with it as well. Different choices at certain points in the game as well. Choices where it's like, do you want to do this or this? Choose quickly before the timer runs out, moments like that too. Handbook on Anatomy and Dissection, Book 1. The least that can be said about this book is that its title is well conceived. The illustrations of human anatomy and dissection methods presented are illustrated in great detail. You have to have a strong heart or the detachment proper to doctors to consult its pages. Hey there, Stan. And hey there, Was. And hey there, Happy. How's it going?
What happened here? Let's start over. Where did they break in from?
Oh, of course, yes. Sorry, and underscore Stanley, underscore Was, underscore Happy. You forgot underscores. No worries at all, and underscore Stanley, underscore Was, underscore Happy. How's it going, and underscore Stanley, underscore Was, underscore Happy? And underscore Stanley, underscore Was, underscore Happy. Sometimes text-to-speech reads your nickname in other streams. Does it really? It's an absolute chaos. It sounds like it. Sounds like something the assassins would go for, because they're all about chaos, aren't they, Layla?
Blood. Seems like amateur work.
All right, I may need to actually inspect that.
This burglar seems to be rather clumsy. What happened that made the burglar flee before finishing his work? What sort of thief leaves his tools at the crime scene? What killed all these animals?
Alright, so here's the rub. So this safe has the occult symbol on it. Back this way, we have this element here which has the investigate icon above it. Main objective, inspect the bookstore. The only way to trigger Pierce's interest in the safe is by going into this reconstruction, because we need to actually open the safe. So going by that logic, this is a situation where interacting with something that isn't a medicine icon is acceptable, because we need to actually investigate this safe like this to even progress things along. So I'm going to count this as an exception.
What the... Charles Hawkins?
The reason why I avoided the one that has the investigation icon is simply because if it's something I don't have to interact with, and it's something that isn't required to trigger the next progression of stuff, then I can still ignore it. But with this occult symbol on the safe, I had to actually interact with it because we need this to trigger as part of the narrative. And I'll have to interact with this occultist as well for this part too, for the same reasons.
What sort of power did Sarah Hawkins' painting possess? Sarah Hawkins helped hide something in this safe. Drake put in a great deal of effort to hide whatever is in here. Everything is linked to the Sarah Hawkins case.
Alright, so sanity. Alright, nothing has changed really there. Clues. The burglary. The nameless bookstore's burglar came through the door. A bit further, some knocked-over objects allow the trail to be followed into the back room. There, the mess next to the safe confirms the person's aim. However, there is no material evidence to support my hunch as to the identity of the burglar. Charles Hawkins did indeed appear to me, as well as the star symbol on the door of the safe. I cannot determine if the presence of Sarah Hawkins in my projections is the result of the unconscious work of my mind, or whether it proves that the case obsesses me. Obsessed much?
What link did he find between Charles Hawkins and an old amulet?
This key that bears the Elder Sign is the only one able to protect your psyche. It is in the form of a cylindrical medallion hanging at the end of a heavy chain. Hundreds of years ago, the star and the branch whose purpose is to push back the forces of the great Old Ones were engraved at its center. Everything points to it being Charles Hawkins that tore it from its last owner, an Egyptian antique dealer. In press cuttings that mention the misdemeanor, the date of the robbery coincides with the last of Hawkins' trips off to Cairo. It remains to be seen whether he knows of the true purpose of the artifact. Try to find it. The Key of Rillier file.
Is everyone on this island taking sleeping pills?
Yep, everyone.
Drake left instructions on how to find the combination of his safe.
Drake's memories. A page seems to be hidden here. It is possible to read. If somebody finds these memoirs, there will be no doubt that I am in serious trouble. My last and only hope is that my body and bones are still in this plane of reality, in order that they be recovered and burned. The funeral urn must be given to my dear mother if she is still of this world. The following message is of capital importance. Whoever reads these lines and demonstrates acuity as sharp as mine can hope to gain access to my most precious possession. It lies within my safe, and the clues to the combination are to be found in 3 cylinders, each hidden where life and study combine in the Greek world. Each cylinder is numbered, even if, as the celebrated author says, order is the pleasure of reason, but disorder is the delight of the imagination. Indeed, despite my preference for organized chaos, I must admit that reason usually prevails in the end. If by chance a person, or should I say a genius, was to match my intellect and find the combination of the safe, I would ask that they deliver its content into the safekeeping of my friend and colleague, Professor Armitage of Miskatonic University. The content of this safe is not only a vast digest of knowledge, but also a weapon that is far too dangerous for it to fall into the wrong hands. I hope that you will be able to appreciate the danger that this represents, and that you will act accordingly. In any event, I will neither be there to guide you, nor to suffer from your actions. Okay, so I've kept note of the combination to the safe, so I'm not actually going to worry about interacting with all of these books. So I'm going to bypass that for this playthrough, and we're going to go straight into this other room. That has some items that you need to investigate to find out the puzzle, but I also want to play the cylinders that we can find.
A kind of chalice.
This goblet seems to be very ancient. It seems to be made of gold and decorated with real precious stones. Do the rubies and sapphires make up a specific motif? History of Darkwater, Volume 4. In the 19th century, as the American whaling industry reached its peak in the rest of the world, whales gradually disappeared from the waters surrounding Darkwater. This phenomenon appears even more mysterious because, up until then, the region was a favored refuge for cetaceans. In 1847, after months of pursuit, Scylla returns to port with a gigantic creature on board. Its crew asserts that the sea monster had eaten all the disappeared whales. After a night of ferocious combat, the survivors managed to drag the beast onto the whaling ship.
Things are not looking good.
Where are the cylinders again? here they are.
Cylinders that Drake tried to hide. I should perhaps listen to them.
So I'm going to listen to these just so I've got them in the playthrough, but I already have the code for the safe.
And these red drops, like precious stones, lie fixed, set in divine gold. To be the guardian of the Grail does not protect me from its attractions, Henry. And I do confess it. I am willing to pay to know its secrets. I finally understood that we were only pieces on the chessboard of the gods. Let those of us who are still standing protect our White Queen from their dark soldiers. I see our number dwindling, and my will strengthens as my apprehension grows. We shall refuse to be the playthings of destiny. Dear friend, I thank you again for the anthology of the works of Arkham editions that you sent me. Volume 9, Azathoth and Other Horrors, seemed particularly relevant to my research. I never tire of browsing through them.
There we go. So the idea is that you take note of how many of these jewels,
The Chalice of Knowledge.
that there are on that. I think it's mainly the larger ones. And then you got this chess.
The Queen
board
has
as well.
little protection.
And then the recording that talks about the works of Arkham, which are these books over here. So you need to find the right corresponding one as well. But I've done multiple playthroughs before, so we're just going to go straight to the safe and put in the combination, which is 539. Chapter 8, Riverside Institute. In the nameless bookstore, Pierce traced the trail of an attempted burglary. He discovered that Charles Hawkins was behind the attempt. Pierce opened the bookseller's safe to find what the latter and Sarah Hawkins had hidden there. A book covered in human skin lied inside. Irresistibly attracted the detective. When he opened it, his mind was projected into another body. So, of course, he found the Necronomicon, which in the Evil Dead franchise is also used. Necronomicon Ex Mortis, roughly translated, the Book of the Dead. It contained... I can't remember the whole fucking quote, but I think it said something about it contained recitation, like... yeah, I can't remember the whole thing. I hope that by starting off the quote that I would actually get it, like that I could go with the flow, but to get the accurate quote, here we go. This is the full narration intro part of the start of the movie Evil Dead 2. Legend has it that it was written by the Dark Ones, Necronomicon Ex Mortis, roughly translated, Book of the Dead. The book served as a passageway to the evil worlds beyond. It was written long ago, when the seas ran red with blood. It was this blood that was used to ink the book. In the year 1300 AD, the book disappeared. Spectrum back with coffee. This time you sweetened it with powdered sugar, icing sugar. Gives it a nice flavor that is to you reminiscent of hot chocolate. Oh, that's a good idea, Spectrum. That sounds really delicious. That sounds good. Welcome back as well. And speaking of delicious, we're going to be playing now as Marie Colden, who is voiced by Emerald O'Hanrahan, who plays Lucy Thorne in Assassin's Creed Syndicate, who has the line in that where she's like, delicious. And she's also in Alien Isolation as Taylor as well. So we're going to play as her character, Marie Colden, in this game at this point. We've already met her in the narrative, but this is one of the chapters of the game where you actually play as someone else, except other than Pierce. But in terms of like the rules for this playthrough, the same rules, apply unless I absolutely cannot progress any further without interacting with things that are non-medical.
Dr. Colden, this man's condition is deteriorating.
What says Dr. Fuller? It's his patient, after all.
He's busy with Captain Fitzroy. He specifically asked us not to bother him when that's the case.
Oh, of course. I'll see what I can do. Mr. Blake, can you hear me? I'm Dr. Colden. We'll take care of you.
There's nothing we can do. I tried talking to him. He's catatonic.
What can you tell me about him?
He was highly agitated an hour ago. We were about to tie him down when he fell asleep. 10 minutes ago, he curled up into a fetal position. I thought he was waking up, but no.
What are his symptoms?
His temperature has been going down, his skin losing its color, his body rigid. I closed his eyes myself. They were glassing over. I didn't want them to dry out, and I couldn't bear to look at the expression on his face.
You did well. Don't worry. Let's stay professional, if you will. I don't recognize him. Did he just arrive on the island?
He said he worked on the docks, but not with Captain Fitzroy. I think he works for Ms. Baker.
Who?
You know, the woman at the head of their gang. They call her Cat.
Oh, I see.
Do you have other questions?
Yeah. Who's your daddy and what does he do? There is no bathroom.
Show me his file.
That's not possible.
Don't tell me Dr. Fuller has taken this file as well. We need it.
That's why I called you. This man's ailment has been hidden from us.
Come on now. What was he treated for?
An intoxication, I was told. After inhaling chemicals.
That'll do for the time being.
Any idea what this man might be undergoing?
Did you inject him with a tranquilizer?
No, Doctor. Not me, not anyone. Our stock is empty, yet again.
Again? But there was enough for the whole island.
More and more people are suffering from insomnia. We can't refuse to help.
Of course.
Any idea what this man might be undergoing?
Very well. I'll examine him. Severe malnutrition. Swollen abdomen with traces of petechia. Doesn't seem like an edema. Slight protuberances seem to indicate the presence of a foreign body. His skin shows abnormal loss of color and seems dried out. He's totally dehydrated. His fingertips and toes seem to feature a slight ring under the skin, tender at the touch, slightly sticky. 30-year-old subject, severe hypothermia, erythematous papules around the eyes and eardrums, necrosed palpebral tissue. Lord, this smell.
So, Doctor, an opinion?
I'm not sure I have the necessary knowledge to treat this man.
Don't say that. You're our most worthy doctor after Dr. Fuller.
Some of his symptoms are beyond my comprehension.
What did you find?
I see signs of hypodermoclysis, but he's still dehydrated. When was his last IV?
He's constantly under perfusion. I've even gone beyond the recommended dose to no avail. And you won't believe me, but when we bathed him earlier...
He seemed to feel better?
Yes. Like he needs an aquarium, not a perfusion. But that doesn't explain his condition.
In spite of the muscle contractions, his arms seem limp.
Yes. They can't have decalcified, not at this rate.
And yet, if there is a bone in this arm, it's softer than that of a newborn baby. What about his cranium?
It's soft at the touch. It does seem like the skull of a baby.
Look at these sticky rings growing at his fingertips. What can be happening?
I'm sure you'll find an explanation. You have to.
Did you examine his abdomen? It would seem there's something inside.
He hasn't eaten in days. Are you certain it's not an edema?
No. Can't you recognize an edema? Pushing with your finger won't leave a trace. And look at these bumps.
It's not like he could be pregnant.
Whatever it is, this man has something inside him that shouldn't be there. We should operate on him at once.
Dr. Fuller said not to worry, that the edema would go away by itself.
You know, I'm not sure Dr. Fuller is telling the truth.
It's so funny. When the dialogue just played just now of, when she jokingly said, well, he can't be pregnant. It made the quote from GTA 4 from Roman to Nico came to mind, where he's like, did your captain make you pregnant? And then Nico goes, screw you. No, it's nothing like that. The ships were fine.
I almost don't believe it myself, but these symptoms are not those usually associated with the human species.
What do you mean? Don't tell me you believe in extraterrestrials.
No. This poor man is from our world, all right. But his body is undergoing unnatural mutations, and this transformation is killing him. His body simply can't cope.
Where could he have gotten such an infection?
I pray that it's not here.
Dr. Colden, may I know what you're doing to my patient?
What I'm doing? How about what you've done to him?
Let us calm down, my dear Marie. I don't appreciate your tone, nor your insinuations. I've done to him what I do to all my patients, provide him with the best available care.
Your imagination is without limit. It's your homemade drug again, is it not? Those people are not your guinea pigs.
There. What have you seen to put you in such a state?
These are alarming symptoms. If we don't act, he'll die.
Do you believe that? I'm not as convinced, you see. I even think this man has a strong chance of completely healing from his ailments.
No, Doctor. This patient isn't himself anymore. He's dying.
Really? What do you mean by isn't himself?
He's changing. His physical characteristics, they are more animal than human now.
Fascinating. An animal, you say? Could you be more precise? Cephalopod, perhaps?
This amuses you.
Your reaction does. I know your thirst for knowledge, Doctor. It's your innocent worries for this man that have you overreacting.
For this man, and the others whose medical files you've been hiding.
I have to protect my discovery. These people owe me their life, but the world isn't ready yet. It will be, in time.
I will not let you do this.
You disappoint me, Marie, but I still have hope you'll one day share my point of view. In the meantime, take care of your own patients and try not to forget who you're dealing with.
Was that a threat? What did he mean?
It was a warning. Dr. Fuller is this institution's founder and one of our profession's most influential voices. My word is of no weight against his. If I continue to protest, I will only ruin my reputation and career.
It's scandalous. Can't we do anything? Is there no evidence of his crimes?
Oh, that evidence exists. I'm sure of it. I need to find the missing medical files.
And where would you find those? In his office? What if you get caught?
I'd rather not think about that. I'm counting on your discretion.
Of course, Doctor. You can count on me. I'll keep mum.
There's some side things that you can do as Marie in this part. I'm going to do them, the ones that are related to actually doing doctor stuff, which is even more fitting now because we're actually playing as a doctor. But it's something that aligns with my focus for this playthrough.
Hay fever. What's he doing here?
I just thought of something. A doctor walks into a room and there's a patient, and the doctor says, "Hi, how are you?" And then the patient says, "I'm not too bad, but I'm not feeling well." And then the doctor goes, "What's wrong?" And then they go, "Hay fever." And then the doctor goes, "But my name's not Fever."
He broke his back in an accident down by the docks.
Ah, the whaling station. What's wrong with me?
What are you talking about?
Doctor, that you?
Yes, it's Dr. Colden. Tell me what happened.
It's the old whaling station. See?
The one that hides the smuggling business.
Oh no, not them. They don't go on that side of the island. Everyone in his place. The captain on one side, Cat on the other, and me. Well, I've been to the whaling station, I have.
What did you see there?
Nothing. Nothing at all. The floor was all rotten and I fell straight through.
And that's how you broke your back?
Perhaps. No idea. Passed out. I'll just sleep a bit more.
Mrs. Sanders? Why did nobody tell me about her admission?
Sona, your therapist told you to try a different outlook in life, so now you're sleeping on the other side of the bed. That's very clever, Sona. It cracks me up so much I'll have to see a chiropractor now. How's it going, Sona? Welcome on in. Irene Sanders' medical file. The file describes the state in which Irene Sanders entered the Riverside Institute, as well as the treatments administered to her. Fuller added a handwritten note. He recommends to take her down to the psychiatric wing in order to provide her with the quiet and rest that she needs. So Irene is the wife of the now dead Francis Sanders, and in chapter 6 of this story, as Edward Pierce, we spoke to Irene, and so now this event that we're experiencing now is after that point, and she's been admitted to the institute here.
I'll just sleep a...
She recently came back from the surgical block. She's stable. Given her file, a nephrectomy would have been inevitable, but Fuller was able to save her kidney. Another insomniac. I should find the cause for such a widespread trouble.
Sony, you just finished a round of Modern Warfare 3 zombies to acquire the items you lost. Received an email confirming your travel. Hotel and per diem has been approved for the upcoming hospital board annual meeting. You'll be leaving Sunday and be gone for a week. Oh, really? Well, I hope that you have a good time there. Do you have to, travel far? Is it a long distance?
Dr. Colden, here you are at last. This patient was again brought up to the psychiatric wing. We've been following the treatment you prescribed, but the dysgeusia persists and he's lost a great deal of weight. We haven't been able to move him. The stress makes him hyperallergic.
Sir, I am going to examine you. Do you understand? Inject him with a dose of pentobarbital, intramuscular, so that I can conduct the clinical examination. He bit his lips so much, they're still bleeding. White froth, evidently because of such drooling. His binds left bloody wounds.
So, Doctor, what should we do with this patient?
Oh, that's good then, sir. It's just an over an hour-long flight. Oh, that's good.
You did good work. The tranquilizer is kicked in. Now you can disinfect and bandage his wounds.
Thank you, Doctor. And as to his weight loss?
I'll prescribe an antifungal treatment for his dysgeusia. In the meantime, feed him intravenously.
It'll be done.
Gentlemen, may I help you?
We're waiting on news regarding our mother, Maureen Harding. She came in with a kidney problem, but we haven't heard anything since.
I've tended to her, and I have good news. Her blood analysis is reassuring. Her kidneys are as new.
Are you talking about the same person? This is miraculous.
She's still recovering, but you may speak to her upon her awakening.
Oh, thank you so much, Doctor. We'll wait for her to wake up. We've been here since this morning, so it won't make a difference. Thank you again, Doctor. Thank you again, Doctor. Thank you again, Doctor. Thank you again, Doctor.
Indeed. Thank you again, Doctor.
Thank you again, Doctor.
This can go on forever.
Thank you again, Doctor. Thank you again, Doctor.
So this whole thing with investigating what was going on with their mother to check her kidneys and all
Doctor,
that.
Please. My chest.
It's all completely optional. You don't actually have to do it if you don't want to. But for this playthrough, I figured I may as well add it because it's all medical related.
His perfusion of a semi-physiological solution doesn't seem to work. He's undergoing a ventricular fibrillation. Nurse? Deborah, come and help me, please. His potassium level is too high. Replace it with 2% glucose solution with insulin, calcium, and sodium bicarbonate.
I'll tend to it right away.
Thank you. He's in your hands.
So it's only 288 miles away. Well, that's good that by flying, it's going to be, a very short trip as well, over and back.
Ethan,
Marie,
what are you doing here?
I'm waiting for my medication, of course. Why?
Tell me your symptoms.
I have headaches. And I can't sleep.
Do you suffer from insomnia?
No. Look, I don't want you to laugh at me.
Ethan, if you don't trust me, then who?
I have nightmares. They keep me awake every night. It seems stupid, I know, but they're terrible.
Actually, you're not the only one.
No. No one has ever seen the things I see. It's like I'm turning mad.
So many people have this affliction. It's like an epidemic.
Do you think it might be related to Fuller's work?
I don't know yet, but I will figure all this out. Everyone in Darkwater is suffering from nightmares.
Really?
We don't have any medication left.
Oh, there's no excuse then. I should let you work.
Take care, Ethan.
You too, Marie.
I don't get why they have us waiting so long. Almost no patients here.
Where did my fiancée go? I hope those nutcases will stop burdening her with work.
I don't know where she went. Jeez. Calm down. It's like, I just work here.
Thank you again, Doctor.
There we go. Another thank you again, Doctor.
No, you're pulling my leg. I'm not joking. I saw the schedule. She's alone in the bathroom again. And she still says nothing to that old witch, Donovan?
Oh, listen to the way you talk, you naughty girl. And the answer is no. You can imagine that she doesn't dare say a thing. That silly goose lets herself be trodden on.
Oh well, at least we won't have to clean for a while.
And just wait and see the next time the water's cut off. It's a real show.
Everybody says it. She's a witch, an old hag. I didn't make this up. And I'm the one who pays. What a pest. It's so unfair.
Elizabeth? You all right? Why is this room in such a state?
Because, as always, I'm cleaning it by myself. And the water was once again shut off this morning. I had to bother Mrs. Donovan again, giving her a new excuse to belittle me.
Do you really need Mrs. Donovan to open a valve? Why not ask the janitor?
I can't make these decisions without her approval. Imagine if there were a leak. Anyhow, the boiler room is locked half the time. So every time the water gets shut off, I have to go and endure her reproach until she's settled the problem.
I see. Courage, Elizabeth.
Thank you, Doctor.
Wait a minute. Where do you think you're going? Dr. Colden.
Mrs. Donovan.
Nobody goes into Dr. Fuller's office. But rest assured, I'll tell him you came by.
That won't be necessary. Thank you.
I will tell him, nonetheless.
The door to the boiler room is locked. I have to get the key if I wish to get rid of Donovan.
Watch out for the water, Doctor. Don't go falling over. That would be stupid.
Stan, it must be barred from the other side. It must be barred from the other side. It must be. It's gotta be.
And I'm the one who pays. What a pest. It's so unfair.
It's funny the games that I've started to actually hear that now in a bit more often. Or a slight variation on it, you know. This thing is barred on the other side. Maybe it's barred on this other side. Maybe the other side of this is barred, you know, things like that.
We're running out of this medicine.
I know, Doctor. We sent the purchase order, though, but Mrs. Donovan refused it.
Once again.
Can't you do anything?
Donovan takes her instructions directly from Dr. Fuller. I'm afraid I can do nothing about it for the moment. We've been waiting to be restocked for weeks. The doses prescribed by Fuller are far too high.
Uomo Delinquente. His pseudoscientific work by Cesare Lombroso correlates an individual's morphology with his criminal predispositions. The seriousness of this study and the accuracy of the demonstrations can deceive an uninformed reader.
The answers must be hidden in
Everybody
Fuller's
says
office.
it. She's a witch, an old hag. I didn't make this up.
Hey, good morning, Lucinda. Welcome on in. How is Dr. Pierce doing today? Doing really, really well? I did the chapter in the Nameless Bookstore, and I had to reload the checkpoint a few times, which meant restarting the chapter because I accidentally investigated something that was occultism. And then there was another thing that I accidentally investigated that was occultism, so I had to reload the checkpoint twice. But now we're actually in chapter 8, so it's the chapter where Pierce has opened up the Necronomicon, and now he's able to see through the eyes of different people. And so we're now playing as Dr. Marie Colden. How's things going with you today?
The key to the boiler room. All I have to do is shut off the water and hope Donovan takes the bait.
Uh-huh. Key found. Lucinda, things are going well. Getting up and around, having your morning coffee. Very nice, Lucinda. That's good. Glad to hear that your morning's off to a good start. Stan, does Necronomicon also have noodle recipes? I mean, maybe. You never know. It might also have some recipes about dining on human flesh and drinking human blood. Considering the Necronomicon is, or the cover of it at least, is made out of human flesh. Gives a new meaning to a hands-on book, or a handbook. Stan, you actually downloaded that book to read. Oh my god, Stan. You didn't read it out loud, did you? Hang on, someone's knocking at my door. Join us. Oh shit, Stan. It's come for me. Why have you disturbed our sleep? Awakened us from our ancient slumber. You will die, like the others before you. One by one we will take you. Oh man, what happened? Everything went black for a sudden. Couldn't see anything. Something's in my hand. Oh, I'm gonna get the chainsaw now. Gotta chop it off. Got into my hand, so it went bad, so I lopped it off at the wrist. The reference book of medical sciences. Like a dictionary, this work references in alphabetical order all the medical sciences known and practiced in the modern world. For each of the entries, the major works and the names of the reference authorities are listed. Oh, that's so cool, Stan, that you made the text appear that way. How the hell did you do that? No, you didn't read it out loud. Well, that's good, Stan. Listen, you kind of reminded me of the villain from Dying Light 2. He kind of speaks like that, but it has nothing to do with evil or occult. Oh, really? That's just how he speaks. He's just like, this is how I'm going to talk. But yeah, it's interesting with the Evil Dead series because the evil entity, it becomes dormant, and so it still actually is there, but it can't actually do anything to any humans in the area unless someone actually reads the passages from the book that basically give it permission to possess. If you read it to yourself, not out loud, it's fine. But if you read it out loud or you hear a recording of someone who's read it out loud, then that will actually still activate it. Stan, whoa, sorry, your hands went upside down for a second. That's all good, dude.
I can't shut this with my bare hands. I need a tool.
It's funny, two of those movies, the Evil Dead movies, because the first movie, at the end of it, this is a spoiler from a movie from 1981, but at the end of the movie, the main character gets attacked by the unseen force of the evil, and then that's where the movie ends. Then for the second movie, instead of picking up where that left off, what they do is they recreate the first part of the first movie where where the people go to the cabin, but they retcon it so that instead of having the group of people, Ash, his girlfriend Linda, and his friends his friends Shelley, his sister Cheryl, and his friend Scotty. In Evil Dead 2, they retroactively change it so it was just Ash and his girlfriend. So anyway, it's like a quick recap of what happened in the first movie at the start of the second, and then it has the part where the evil attacks Ash from the first movie, but it actually continues it on from there, and he gets thrown through all these trees and everything. So the second movie is kind of a little bit of a remake at the start of the first movie, plus it follows on from where the first movie ended. I don't know why I looked at the toilet for the wrench. Monkey wrench reminds me of the Foo Fighters song. Jen, imagine ordering the digital version of Necronomicon and it comes in a USB stick drive made of human skin. Damn. It's like you have a birthday cake that's actually the Necronomicon, and then after the people start to eat it, you go, oh, by the way, the cake is actually made out of human skin. And see what the reaction would be.
I feel guilty about Elizabeth, but I need the diversion.
Sorry, Elizabeth, but we had to do it.
Dr. Colden, might there be a problem with the water?
I was about to mention it. It seems it's been cut off yet again.
I can't take this, Marie. I feel I'm gonna burst.
It's not your fault if we have defective plumbing.
And yet, I'm the one who gets punished because I'm gonna have to square off with that annoying old witch. Courage, Elizabeth. Here we go. And hold your tongue this time. Mrs. Donovan?
I'm busy. Elizabeth, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. But it's about the water.
What now?
It's off. It's not my fault.
Nothing is ever your fault. I told you to control the flow, even if I know it's not your strong point.
I've apologized 1,000 times.
I haven't counted that many, but then unlike you, I don't have time to keep track.
Please, Mrs. Donovan. I'm grateful to you for having kept me on despite that incident. I just need the water to be put back on. Otherwise, the bathroom will quickly become a nest of germs.
Oh, very well. I'll finish what I'm doing, and then I'll fix your blunders once more.
Thank you, ma'am.
Out of my sight. Go chatter with your colleagues. That's what you do best.
At last. The missing files must be hidden here.
Stan, hats off to our chef, Mr. Lecter, Hannibal Lecter. Yeah. That'd actually be something for like a Halloween-themed party. Like have a whole cake and everything. Cake made to look like certain things from horror movies and stuff. Or it doesn't even have to be movies, you know. So in high school, you watched the first movie on your roommate's laptop one weekend. As you came back from filling up your water bottle, you snuck back into the room and grabbed his ankle at a jump scare, and that pissed him off. Oh no. Hey Dumbledore, welcome. Oh my, you played this game. Very good game, but confusing ending. Oh yeah. Then you got like the different endings you can actually unlock as well. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of things that are very sort of like, you know, up in the air. It's like what really happened, you know, what really has gone on, and I guess your answer really depends on which ending you get, and if it's an ending that you believe matches up with, you know, things that had gone on. Yeah, Lucinda, wow, what a wench. Absolutely. That whole thing about, you know, I've apologized 1,000 times. Well, I haven't counted that many. But then again, it's like, what does that have to do with anything? Like, have you heard of these things called sayings, expressions? You know? She doesn't mean that she's apologized literally 1,000 times. Like, jeez.
The Stendhal syndrome. Of course. This is where Fuller found his diagnosis for Francis Sanders.
A study of the Stendhal syndrome, a particularly rare mental illness. Subjects display mental disorders linked to an exposure to works of art.
Something is wrong with these masts. It's some sort of puzzle. I've unlocked something. Patient files. I was right.
Sarah Hawkins' interview. This cylinder was hidden inside Fuller's office. He recorded his thoughts about one of the many psychoanalysis sessions he submitted Sarah Hawkins to. Hey, Anmita, welcome on in, dude. Hello there. How's things?
Conclusions, session number 17. Patient, Sarah Hawkins. The patient appears to have finally accepted the illusory nature of what she calls the mythos. It goes without saying that these peculiar delusions are the price that comes with her exceptional gifts.
Why does Dr. Fuller write psychological reports about Sarah Hawkins?
At first, I presumed that her blood was the key. But I found nothing to explain Mrs. Hawkins' abilities.
Hey, Mita, it's going well. Working and watching videos. Only now realize that we're live. What about you? Oh, that's great to hear, dude. I hope the work is going well. I was watching a lot of YouTube stuff earlier, catching up on some videos, but also watching some ones where I was like, this meme that I've seen, the emotional damage meme, I'm like, what's that from? So I looked on YouTube and saw the original video it was taken from. And the whole video is absolutely funny. Like, it's so hilarious. Basically, it's about this video game that is being played that is so difficult that even things like getting hit by a leaf will kill you. But there's also other stuff too, but yeah. The emotional damage part comes from the part of the original video where his auntie comments on his weight, and then he just falls down dead. And then that's when he, yells emotional damage. But yeah, I'm going well, thanks in Mita. It's going really good. Yeah, Stephen I think it is his name. Yeah, I only actually discovered his stuff, so I definitely want to check out more of his videos. But yeah, it's just so funny, like you hear these memes and you see them so often, and I thought, you know what? I'll actually look it up, see where the original, where it came from,
The poor souls downstairs are not Fuller's only subjects.
Then James came, irate that Charles was keeping secrets from him. I presume that he will try to break into the basement sooner or later. I am prepared.
Cheers, Mita. Thank you very much. Just to double check, but
Why is Ethan on medication?
even though this is of importance, the game won't let us investigate it yet. Okay, so the only thing that I have left... Oh, hang on, there's this.
This finger belonged to a woman. Why keep it here?
Okay, so there's nothing else that I can interact with except for this, and this icon is for psychology, so I have to make an exception for my medicine focus here and interact with this. Cheers, Mita. Thank you very much, dude. Yeah, Lucinda. Ethan!
Hawkins, Fitzroy, and Fuller. What is the connection between these three?
It is fortunate that I had the presence of mind to set the morgue in the basement. When all the fuss about the Hawkins incident finally comes to an end, I will dispose of her belongings. In the meantime, they must remain hidden in plain sight.
Hidden in plain sight, hey? It's just in a drawer? That's disappointing. I was expecting it to be at least in a haystack. Geez, Dr. Fuller.
Of course. Sarah Hawkins is the connection. I must go back to the basement.
Fuller's notes. If the evidence garnered in the Hawkins drawing room raises questions as to what became of the parents' bodies, the discoveries of Colden in the office of Fuller reinforce this conviction. Sarah Hawkins was moved from the crime scene by none other than Dr. Fuller. Even more significant, the director of the Riverside Institute obviously had a strong obsession with the artist. The content of the cylinders recorded by the doctor proves his interest in the young painter. Summaries of psychoanalysis sessions as well as blood tests confirm the fact. In one of the cylinders, Fuller clearly states that he has hidden the body and the personal effects of one of his patients. And Mitra, it's funny that you mentioned that. Lucinda, you were playing Uncharted 4 yesterday, and instead of saying Nathan, you said Ethan. Nice one, dude. Ethan Drake. What's about to happen is completely unavoidable, doesn't matter what you do. The outcome at the end of this part is the same.
Ah, now that's the Marie that I know. I knew I could count on your scientific curiosity. It's time to show you what you were so eager to discover.
If you're gonna shoot me, at least have the decency to look me in the eyes.
Turn around. Slowly. Talk, filthy thief! Oh, I swear I'll shoot!
Okay, so I can't pick that even if I had strength. I can't pick that even if I had enough for eloquence and master. So in this situation with this medicine focus, I can choose anything that has the unlocked answer icon, which is this one here, or anything that just has a speech bubble.
Take a minute to look around. Everything points to Charles Hawkins.
He's dead!
No. He was here for a very specific item.
Oh, no.
The book. Why was it in the safe?
Have you read it?
Answer the question.
How foolish of you. Now you won't be able to escape his will. What did it show you?
Alright, so we don't have occultism, and even if I did, I wouldn't be able to choose this, but I wouldn't even be able to get any occultism skills anyway, so that's completely, out of the question.
She went into Fuller's office. She was looking for Sarah Hawkins' corpse.
Sarah Hawkins, you say? Let's go back to the start, shall we? Whose life did the Necronomicon choose to show you?
Dr. Colden. She was at the Riverside Institute. She's in danger. I have to go.
Wait. No one knows the occult better than me. You might need my help.
So the reasoning in this playthrough why I'm going to choose yes is because with the medicine focus, this character Algernon Drake has knowledge of the occult. So by choosing yes, it's just tying into the overall approach of Pierce isn't someone who, in this playthrough at least, is going to be, learning about the occult or getting to a proficiency level with the occult. So bringing on someone who actually has knowledge of that.
All right. I might need you after all.
Perfect. Let's meet later at the Hawkins mansion. Now go! Rescue the doctor!
Thank you, Drake.
I really like that kind of thing that you hear in the music. Imagine you just on your own late at night and you know that there's no one else around that could possibly be there, and then the next minute you just hear next to your ear. Although, to be fair, a lot of cat owners probably hear that anyway. Crooked looks like Abilene is in disguise again. That pesky Abilene, like, holy shit. Like, he could disguise himself as a pack of cigarettes, and we wouldn't even notice. Chapter 9, Riverside Institute. The book projected Pierce into the body of Dr. Colden. The detective watched helplessly as Bradley's friend carried out her inquiry. Confronted with the experiments of Fuller, she got into his office and discovered that the director of the Riverside Institute was hiding information on, if not the body of, Sarah Hawkins, but she was discovered by Fuller. Pierce must save her before it's too late.
I pray that Colden is really here and alive. What the... Fuller, too.
Crooked, he's the cardboard box that Snake hides in in Metal Gear Solid. Plot twist. What a secret. Zareth, he is in the lobby in disguise. Also, lurk. No worries, Zareth. Thanks for leaving the lurk as well.
The Scylla is here, like in the vision. Colden came this way.
Alright, so this is a book that is an occult book. It's a specific one that actually goes towards certain endings. So for this playthrough being a medicine approach, interacting with these particular ones and having the choice of reading or not, I'm choosing don't read, like I have with the other ones that we've come across.
Right. Enough time wasted. Colden needs me. I must find her.
Alright, so because I'm doing a medicine focus, and because I just found out now that you don't even have to interact with this drawer, and don't even have to investigate this if you don't want to, being able to bypass all that works really well for this playthrough where it's a medicine approach. It's only if I absolutely must, to progress things further, interact with something that's a non-medical related stuff. Zareth, you make me want to puke. Crooked, there are no words for how disgusting you are. Yes, there are, you just never learn them. Zareth, nap time, to sleep perchance to dream about Cthulhu. That's interesting because in Alien Isolation, that's one of the quotes that the Working Joes actually say about perchance to dream. That's definitely understandable, Zareth. I really hope you get some good rest, dude.
No! No! My God! What is happening to me?
So this part can be tricky. It's very easy to get lost and turned around and all that kind of stuff. But essentially there's symbols, and you need to find the necessary symbol in the game environment and use your lantern's ability to do light intensity. And then once you've actually done that on the symbol, you can then access whatever wall or otherwise that actually had the symbol on it. But it can still be very tricky, and you've got to be careful too, because things switch up and you lose oil from your lamp, and if you're not careful you can actually die from the shambler if you don't get to the if you don't refill your oil for your lantern.
What was that? It's as if I'd been transported somewhere else.
And interacting with that.
Something has changed, but what?
Interacting with that will make things shift. So in this case, you just need to be in the vicinity of these lights for your oil lamp in this part of the game to fill up. But usually in other parts of the game, there's ways to fill up the oil in your lantern. Lucinda, oh man, you remember this part being confusing? Oh yeah, exactly, Lucinda. Yeah. And there's also a fake out where it makes you think that you're going to die from the shambler, but it's just something to keep you on your toes. Zereth Medinson.
Awaken and free me. Medicine and Secret Sciences.
This very interesting book, aimed at a wide public, demonstrates how non-recognized sciences have influenced modern medicine. Magnetism, grandmother's secrets, Chinese acupuncture, hypnosis, herbal medicine, alchemy, and many others have contributed, to a certain extent, to the enrichment of medicine at the beginning of this century.
Destiny, it has trapped you.
You are confronting powers that surpass you.
That's the fake out one, where it makes you think, oh crap, the Shambler has got me. Which I might have jinxed myself, because he will get me soon if I don't actually get back to the light source that replenishes the lantern. Cutting it fine, but here we go. Hey Lucas, how's things?
It looks like things are back to normal.
Yeah, exactly, Lucinda. Normal.
Have you heard that the Hulk started recycling recently? He's really going green.
Thanks for redeeming that Bane impression, Dr. Darling. That's a very clever one. Very clever pun. Dr. Darling, late start of the stream, so when you woke up you weren't streaming, but now that you are, you can't watch. That's definitely fair enough. Yeah, after doing three 10-plus hour streams in a row, I thought I'd start this stream today later on Tuesday.
What's going on? It never ends. Damnation. That's me.
Oh God! I gotta get out. I got.
Pierce, I found her. I finally know what's going on. You must live and find the truth. It is already too late for me.
Colden? What's going on? Was it a hallucination?
Please take a seat and be quiet, Mr. Pierce. I'll be with you in a moment.
Stop whatever the hell you're doing and turn around now. No, it can't be.
No! You son of a bitch! What did you do to her?
I wish I could have done more experiments on you, Mr. Pierce.
I said, what did you do to her?
You shouldn't be sorry for your friend. You should envy her.
Murder! This madness must stop!
Colden? What did they do to you? Can you speak?
He gave him the gold and I the azure. I don't see him very often anymore. The green is stronger.
Are you feeling ill?
I'm here, but no.
Let's get you out of here.
It comes in my dreams. Our minds melt like colors on a palette.
Come with me.
It's as of the oldest green. A violent living, vibrant. A sea green, maybe. No.
Mrs. Hawkins, we must go before someone finds out.
Oh, but he will. He always knows these things when it's about me.
Christina Cole plays Sarah Hawkins. She plays Alice Wake in Alan Wake 2. So with options here, this is the Aurelia language. So for this playthrough, I'm going to not choose these. There is a point where you have to actually choose because all the options are that language, but in this instance, I can avoid choosing that. I can't choose this because it's eloquence, not medicine, and I can't choose this even if I had enough points because it's not medicine either. So the only option that I can choose is this one.
Who put you here?
But Charles, of course. He tries to protect me.
So he locked you in this rat hole out of love?
Love? He is the only one who still believes he can feel it.
All right. Come with me.
He will know. He will find us.
One more reason to hurry.
Have I seen you before?
Can you walk?
Maybe.
Then let's go before your husband finds us. It was in your studio.
What?
You painted me. That's where you saw me.
Of course.
The men in white are coming.
You mean the guards?
This way. Follow me.
What the?
Oh no.
You there!
Yeah.
You won't get far.
I got this. Okay. Okay.
Come out of your hiding hole.
Okay. Wait.
The machine. It's the green. The decaying one.
The gas.
Yes. It's not good for living beings.
We don't have time for that.
I am not moving until the wrong is set right.
Damn it. I'd be better off finding a tool. Perfect. All right. That should do it. Let's move.
I'm your puppet no more. You bastard!
You're my wife. You owe me obedience.
Leave her alone! We're leaving this crazy island.
You are going nowhere. Don't get between me and my wife. Nobody tells me what to do with my wife. How dare you? No! Why should I let you take her away when I could snap your neck?
Can't choose that or that, so this.
Look at yourself! You can't leave this place. Can't offer her a normal life.
Sarah forsook that right when she succumbed to the call.
You heard her!
No, detective. She is much, much more than a woman. She is the Oracle. Sarah has seen things, has made things you can't even begin to imagine. Would you still save her if I told you that she is even more dangerous than I am?
She's weak, physically and mentally.
Do not make the mistake of thinking she's a feeble woman. Sarah has been in the presence of the myth for too long. Even if she were to leave Darkwater, she would still hear his call. And the cult will always be here, waiting for her.
Then we get rid of its members.
You are out of your league, detective. They control the whole island. She will finally surrender to his power, and the world will fall with her.
Don't!
No one can escape the wheel of destiny, they say. But I will change it. I will save Sarah.
Hey, Ogorki, how's it going today? Thank you, Crooked, for using your bits to enlarge that really, really funny animated emote. Like, I still don't know how the fuck he even makes his mouth go like that. Like, it's almost like the effect of when you have, like, someone experiencing G-forces, the way that their mouth and face will actually go. So I don't know how that, like, did he practice that? Like, stood in front of a mirror for hours on end, practicing that, and then when he got it right, I need to wait for the opportune moment to actually use this IRL. It just looks so funny. Hey there, Lizzie. How's it going today? Welcome. Oh, that's good, Ogorki. I'm glad to hear that it's going well. Chapter 9, Hawkins' Mansion. After the death of Colden, Pierce, victim of hallucinations, advanced inside the Riverside Institute to the point of discovering Sarah Hawkins alive, prisoner of Dr. Fuller. The last confrontation between Charles Hawkins and his wife has revealed that the man, under his monstrous appearance, tried to protect her from the influence of the myth. He warned Pierce, if Sarah succumbs to the law of the occult, she will lose all free will, allowing the cult to bring its plan to fruition. Summon an ancient and evil god. Henceforth, Pierce must know more about Sarah Hawkins' intentions and find a way to protect her. Summon an ancient god from the Old Kingdom. Crooked is funny because it's a common face expression in football. You saw another variation of it yesterday and thought about using it too, but that one specifically stood out a lot because of his face and how much it's moving. He's secretly doing a horse impression. That's so funny. Yeah, I've never actually noticed, like, I've seen certain other kinds of celebrations that people have done when playing football, and stuff, but never saw that.
No parent should have to bury their child, knowing it's me that put him there. The guilt will never go away.
I feel your pain.
I'll do anything to get him back. Anything. My work was what lured me here in the first place. It began showing me things I never should have painted. Things Charles should never have seen.
What am I to you? care of you, saved you from your miserable life. You'll never find a man better than me. You owe me.
I owe you nothing. We'll leave now.
You're not going anywhere. You are mine.
Simon.
Come on. It's over now.
End to the killings.
My dear Sarah, you are not seriously considering exposing yourself to that influence again.
Do I have a choice?
Lizzie, you're fine. Just a small headache. Well, I hope that can go away soon, Lizzie. I hope you've got something that you can take for that as well. In that part of the game where Charles Hawkins was choking Edward, something I forgot to mention was, and there was a time constraint on it, so I couldn't mention it in the moment, but there was a dialogue choice at the end where I could choose the medical dialogue or I could choose the other dialogue. And because the other dialogue was something else... No, actually, the other dialogue I could have chosen, but because this is a medicine focus, anytime there's actually a medical choice in dialogue, I have to actually choose that one. So I chose that, of course, in that moment. What I like there too is you have the scene, the flashback of the fire that unfortunately claimed the life of the son of Sarah and Charles Hawkins, Simon, and how you had his little toy soldier burn. And I like the juxtaposition between the ending of that cutscene and the toy soldier burning, and then the moment where Sarah puts the other toy soldier that Pierce gave her of Simon's down on the ground, and it's actually raining. The fire versus the water of the rain. I like how they do that kind of stuff. So we've taken another hit to the sanity, but the actual category that the sanity is under now is still shaken. But we have some new mental traumas that have been unlocked that I can read about now. Reading the Necronomicon. Pierce has read the Necronomicon. Drawn by the whispering of the accursed book, he forced the bookseller's safe, touched the skin binding, and deciphered the last words of the crazed Abdul al-Hazred. As if as an answer to the questions that Pierce was asking himself, the book sucked in his mind and projected it into the body of Colden. Silent witness to his own investigation, he followed her steps down into the cellars of the Riverside Institute and her confrontation with Fuller. Returned to his own body, Pierce slowly comes to understand that his investigation is taking him into unknown territory. The words of the Necronomicon still echo in his mind. Will he ever forget that horrifying read? Trapped in madness. Is the death of Colden a hallucination, or is it the sole flash of truth in the slow descent into madness that Edward Pierce's mind is undergoing? The detective gained entry to the Riverside Institute in order to help the doctor. Immediately attacked by the Shambler, he fled through a transmuted hospital whose architecture respected no physical laws. His wanderings led him to an operating room where his confrontation with Fuller came to an end when Colden's corpse rose up to attack Pierce. The detective thinks that he's got a grip on himself, but now he knows that death and madness lie in his path. His sanity was severely affected by this new ordeal. And Charles Hawkins. Pierce and Sarah Hawkins confronted the monster that Charles Hawkins had turned into. The man retained nothing human. Tentacles replaced one of his arms, his face bore the signs of an unfinished mutation, and he was endowed with superhuman strength. He was on the point of strangling Pierce when Sarah Hawkins drove a poker into his throat. Pierce finished him off with an axe. This fight to the death left Pierce physically and mentally scarred. I'm going good, thanks O'Gorky. Things are going well. Had a good day today. It was good to start a stream late today because I've done 3 streams in a row recently that were 10 plus hours long. So it's good to do a stream that's going to be short and also do it at a time where I've had enough time between streams to, recuperate's not the right word because that implies some kind of, major negative thing that happened between streams. But I just wanted to make sure that I had a good long break from streaming between the end of yesterday's stream and the start of this stream. We have some more categories under this. Ascent. When they will have consumed the stellar flesh and survived the transformation, closer than ever to their new master, they will enter his sleep of death and will only awaken to answer his call. They will be called the Awakened. Extract taken from the Necronomicon by Abdul al-Hazred. Cthulhu. Vinglui Mlignafen Cthulhu Relier Wagar Nagul Fatagan. Extract taken from the Necronomicon by Abdul al-Hazred. Elder Sign. Men discovered a protective symbol so powerful that it could remove them from the gaze of creatures of the myth. They carved it into their jewels, painted it on the doors of their houses, and embroidered it on the clothing of their children. Later they understood that it could even exercise its power on the doors of the sunken city. Extract taken from the Necronomicon by Abdul al-Hazred. Lucinda, you can attest, watching videos mindlessly is relaxing. It really is, It's good to just chill out like that. The other thing is too, Tuesdays were my split stream day anyway, so I didn't really have anything else that I wanted to stream today. So I figured I may as well also wait till the second part of the day, / when it's nighttime, to actually do a stream. Because this game, what I have left is pretty short. Oh, nice, Dobledore. You got just some coffee? Excellent. Coffee is really, really nice. Necronomicon. The words that follow are not really mine. They were communicated to me in my dreams and trances by the greatest minds in the cosmos. I take advantage of these moments of lucidity that grow ever shorter to write down these few scraps from the immense knowledge that they send crashing against my broken mind, night after night. I can only leave these crumbs of knowledge to the world in the hope that reading them will guide men, but I already fear that unholy words will stain the soul of whoever dares open this accursed collection. Because, just like prisoners whose confessions were written on their own skins, I shall protect my heritage beyond the ages. Extract taken from the Necronomicon by Abdul al-Hazred. So essentially, what he's talking about there is the fact that he was able to be in the minds of multiple different people across the world through the power of the Necronomicon, and so he was able to hear their thoughts and know their words and all that kind of stuff. And so when Edward Pierce actually reads the book, he too is able to experience what others are actually going through, which is why he was able to actually see what Marie Colden was doing, because the power of the Necronomicon placed him inside the mind of Marie, and so he was able to actually see and hear what was going on from her perspective. High Priest. The call cannot be made without a guide. The guide does not have to see or to hear. he is fully committed to the cause of the Great Old One that he serves. He will find the oracle. He will pursue the truth seeker. He will neither reveal nor explain. He will observe, and, when the stars align and the day of awakening arrives, he will take his place and lead the call. Extract taken from the Necronomicon by Abdul Al-Hazred. In Assassin's Creed Mirage, you can actually find, it's either the Necronomicon or it's a book that references the Necronomicon, and I do believe that Abdul Al-Hazred is the name that is attributed to the book that you find in Mirage as well. I can't remember in the game where you find it. It's somewhere in the game world you come across it and explore. I think there's a few books that you can find in that game as well, and that was one of them. Yeah, Lucinda, when I came across it in Mirage, I was like, oh, cool, this is the Necronomicon. But yeah, I'm pretty sure from memory, because it's been a while since I did that part of Mirage. From memory, I think it is the actual Necronomicon. Or at least a book that has the same kind of, like, powers and stuff.
How are you, Bradley?
Ah, it's you, Pierce. I'm just worried about Marie. I mean, Dr. Colden. Have you had any news?
Alright, so we can either tell him the truth or we can lie. Framing it from the perspective of this playthrough, where my approach is to take all the medicine approaches, whether it's in dialogue, investigating things in the environment, finding the medical books. Not that I have to find all of the medical books. If I miss some, that's okay. But sometimes in this game, for this playthrough, I've been given choices that don't necessarily have any relation to medicine or otherwise, but I've tried to frame things with these choices in a way where I explain, hey, from this medical perspective, this is something that I would choose. Or like earlier when it said if I wanted to have Algernon Drake actually help out, if I wanted to, I could have just, if I was doing another playthrough, I probably would have just chosen whatever I wanted. But with that choice, I decided to have him accompany Pierce because my logic was that Pierce isn't able to read anything or know stuff about the occult. Like, he's an amateur or, not well versed in it, whereas Algernon Drake is. So from the perspective of this playthrough, I chose to have him accompany Pierce so that he could act as the one who knows the stuff about the occult. However, this choice is a bit tricky because it really just goes into, do you want to tell the truth to Bradley, who he is definitely in love with Marie, and she knew that he was, but it's like, do you tell the truth or do you lie? So if we tell the truth, Bradley won't necessarily believe it. If we lie, then he might get caught out in the lie. But I just thought of something. So from Pierce's perspective, he doesn't really know whether what he saw was actually real or a hallucination. So he doesn't know if Marie is truly dead or if he just imagined it. And if we think about hallucinations and how they're something related to our minds, with this approach where I'm playing Edward Pierce as focused on medicine and not on other categories like occultism and all that kind of stuff, the reasoning I'm going to go with for actually telling the truth is because as far as Edward knows, maybe it was a hallucination. So he doesn't actually know. And so he's got no way necessarily of proving that she actually died, because it's not like the body is here in front of Bradley so he can see for himself whether she's actually dead or not. So I think I'm just going to go with tell the truth instead of go with lie. But it really doesn't matter for this playthrough which I choose, but I just thought of that kind of reasoning to go into choosing tell the truth.
I'm so sorry, Bradley. I could do nothing to save her.
What do you mean? What happened?
I'm not sure what happened, but I found her body in the cellars of Riverside.
You sure that you've got nothing to do with it? If she hadn't tried to help you, she might still be alive.
I'm sorry. Truly.
It's that slug, Fuller. I swear I'll shoot him. What do you say, Pierce? Are you with me?
Alright, so correction. Based on Edward's actual dialogue, what I was saying is my reasoning to choose to tell the truth ends up not being adequate anyway, because Pierce actually says he found the body. So, as I said, it doesn't really matter, but probably lying would have been the better option, given the reasoning that I was talking about. But in any case, it didn't matter which one I actually chose, really. I was just trying to find a way to make it a reasonable reason to choose, tell the truth versus tell a lie. So we have the option here to speak in Relia, which I'm not going with, of course. Even if I had the points or the level required for psychology and professional, I wouldn't be able to choose it anyway. Eloquence, I have enough to actually choose this one, but I can't anyway. So I can either choose the nature of the relationship, Fuller will pay the price, or it's not for us to decide. Listen, they've got a loving character say something that doesn't match up with what you think they will say. Absolutely, And that's the other thing too, when you have the words telling you what the choice is, and then when the actual dialogue gets said, they either completely say something different to what the text actually said, or they say some of it, but the way in which they say it doesn't actually match what kind of tone is implied by the text. And then sometimes you have an option where the decision will be, will you get angry or will you be quiet, right? And if you choose get angry, the character will go, I didn't like what you did. And you're like, that's angry? What? Because you're expecting something like, you piece of shit, I didn't choose that, or something like that, not, why'd you do that for? That's not really anger, you know what I mean? So it's like, if you're going to have the option to be angry, then actually make sure that the dialogue, whatever it is at least being said in an angry tone.
Fuller has committed too many atrocities. He carried out his experiments on Sarah, on me, and now he has killed Dr. Colden.
He must die.
He will suffer the fate he deserves, I promise you, but we must keep calm. He's not alone. We must identify his accomplices in order to put an end to their schemes.
If you say so. But I'm only interested in Fuller.
We must do something for those who are still alive, Bradley. Sarah is still in danger as long as the cult is active. We need to see this through, otherwise Marie's death will have been in vain.
You're, the voice of reason, Pierce. As always.
Listen, in the Fallout games, Fallout 4 deviated from the previous dialogue options by shortening them to 1 or 2 words instead of sentences. So the modders created a mod for Fallout 4 to change the options to show the sentences. Fallout 4 deviated from the previous Fallout games. That is cool that they did something like that as well. So then you can be like, right, this is actually indicating what is going to be said accurately, in full, instead of just being like a little bit of a, minuscule chance that it'll actually be what you're expecting.
Mr. Pierce, we were waiting for you.
Good. Sarah doesn't have much time.
What are you doing here?
Did you think I would let you confront the occult without supervision?
This is too dangerous for a bookworm like you.
Algernon, I need to talk to Mr. Pierce.
Very well, Sarah. I will be in Charles Hawkins' office.
That seems like an error based on my choice earlier to ask him for his help, because I could swear that when I chose the option to accept Algernon's help, that Algernon said that he would meet Pierce at the Hawkins mansion, and that's where we are. So why is Pierce, based on my choice earlier, like, what are you doing here? Unless he said to meet somewhere else, but that doesn't make sense because there was no other place that we've met him after that dialogue choice until now. So I think that might be a bit of an oversight.
You seem different.
Yes. When I woke up this morning, my mind was sharper. Cleaner. I can still hear the voice calling me. It is so strong. So ancient. Enticing. Dangerous. I may never be able to escape his grip, but for now I can keep it at bay. I know what I owe you, Mr. Pierce. But I can't come back to Boston with you.
Can't choose this, even if I had enough points, because to get enough points I would have had to look into occult stuff, and I can't do that for this playthrough, so that choice is out. This one don't even have enough level in it, but I couldn't choose it anyway, even if I did. So I can either choose Charles Hawkins is dead, it's because of the Wanderer, or you and Drake are up to something. So I'm going to go with this one.
You've been friends for a long time, hiding each other's secrets.
I trust him.
What are you planning to do?
I must find it and kill it. I am the only one who can end its slaughter.
No. No, you will come with me to Boston.
I owe you no obedience.
This isn't about what you want or don't want to do. You would risk destroying the world just because you can't face the consequences of your actions.
I am willing to atone for my sins.
No, you're just trying to erase all proof of the mistakes you've made.
I know what I have done. I will not rest until the creature is sent back to its dimension.
That's an earlier language option, so not choosing that one. So I can either do there must be a way to fight it, or so we all die.
You've recovered from yesterday's condition. That must mean you can fight it. We must find something that will stop you from relapsing.
Algernon knows of a way to protect me. Help him find what he seeks, and we may all survive this battle.
All right. I'll help you.
You can actually go into that room again, Sarah's room, and actually investigate more stuff about occult stuff, but I'm not going to worry about that this time. Unless I absolutely have to. If there's no way to progress things unless I do, then I will, but otherwise, no.
Seeing you again. Ah, it's you. I'm here for her, not you.
I don't care why you're here. Your usefulness is the only thing that matters. How do we protect Mrs. Hawkins from the influence of the forces that claim her?
By following Charles Hawkins, that imbecile of a thief, of course.
What do you mean?
He found something. An amulet. The symbol engraved on it could protect Sarah.
Could?
We are dealing with forces that by far surpass what your intellect can process. Feel free to ask me any question regarding the matters that exceed your grasp.
It's so funny when people word their sentences like that, when they're talking to someone. Instead of just being like, if there's anything you'd like to know about this topic, I'd be happy to share or help. You don't know too much about this topic, but if your feeble mind needs the help, then ask me of superior intellect and I will inform you of what you need to know. It's like, get the fucking stick out of your ass before I fucking stick it through your eye. Jeez. Lucinda, wow, Edward, why are you so mean? Exactly, it's like, what are you doing here? We don't need you here. I don't care why you're here. You're just a tool to be used. Yeah, Lucinda, it's like, jeez. It's like, you can just, take the road of just, being polite and being like, just normal. Stan, sounds like any old tech forum. Yeah, it's like spending like a whole big ass like paragraph just to explain something that could have been explained in like, just one sentence and stuff like that. Yeah, Gorky, it's just like that. It's like, of course, you have to have long-winded wording. It's just like, hey, you need any help? Yep, I'll help you out.
The dagger with the strange sign. Was it you who sold it to Francis Sanders?
If you are referring to the dagger of the ancients, then yes, it was me. Why?
Do you know what he intended to do with it?
Francis was primarily a collector of occult objects. He liked rare items such as the dagger. But I doubt he knew its purpose.
It allowed me to send the creature you call the Shambler back into the painting.
Fascinating. But I am afraid that this might only be short-lived.
You mean that thing could come back?
Yes, that is why I am looking for a more permanent solution.
It must never come back.
It's so funny. The dagger that was given to Francis Sanders by Algernon Drake, unless he just gives him any dagger he finds and says, here, you like to collect daggers, here's just this random dagger. When Edward Pierce actually, asks him if he was the one that sold the dagger to, what was his name? Sold the dagger to Francis. If you're asking him if he means the ancient dagger, why are you even bothering asking? Like, it's a very significant item. It's not just some random ass dagger that was, a basic looking thing, Another example of this character being a stuck up, or a is obnoxious? Is that the word I'm looking for? In any case, it's like, just answer the question. Like, were you the one who sold him the dagger? You mean this dagger? It's like, yes, that one. Then yes, I did. It's like, just say that you did.
This creature, the Shambler, what is it?
It is a hunter. It travels from one dimension to another to hunt down its prey.
Francis Sanders was one of its victims. How could a creature like that end up in one of Mrs. Hawkins' paintings?
Sarah has an uncommon gift, a connection with entities that live beyond our reality. I doubt that she was aware at the time, but when she painted the picture in a certain way, she called it.
And now it remains in our reality.
Let us say that it uses the painting as a portal into our reality, and we make enticing prey for it.
That's why we must find a way of sending it back to where it came from permanently. A genius like you must have already found a way to get rid of this creature, yes?
I sense your sarcasm, but it does happen that, yes, I do have a solution. I think I can destroy it, but for that I must approach the creature, and to be able to do so,
I need the key to Rie.
Another one of your baubles.
It is no bauble, unbeliever. It is a very powerful protection, able to repel very ancient forces. Much more effective than your Colt.
What does it look like?
It is a golden amulet, bearing very ancient inscriptions and an elder sign at its center. A star with an eye in the middle.
I've already seen that sign. Where can we find it?
Therein lies the problem. That foul thief, Charles, has hidden it somewhere. I found this drawing among his personal effects. I think that it has something to do with the location of the amulet.
I'll follow this lead. You continue searching.
That is what I intend to do. As for you, return here the second you find it. I don't want it to disappear again.
Okay, cool. Yeah. The thing about this game too as well, it's like you have dialogue choices that will change what Edward actually says, of course, and will change the tone in which he says things, but it'll still bring things back to certain dialogue that they want to actually have happen regardless of your previous choices, to make sure that it connects to, you know, other things as well. Which I can imagine can be tricky sometimes when you're writing that kind of stuff, to come up with the things that can be said versus, okay, how can each one of these different things still match up with this other bit of dialogue that needs to be written to tie all the branches of dialogue choices in that moment together. Thank you, Inmita, for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression. Yeah, Inmita, amulet. Hey, Placenta, welcome, how's it going? Lucinda, not the amulet, the amulet. Legendary artifact. Alright, so I've got a scene. Can you believe this shit? 24 hours a day. 7 days a week. Don't listen to it. I worry about the kids. The network shuts down the schools. The kids are either in hiding or getting basic training, brainwashed by the TV. We can jam the network once we find the uplink to the satellite. Then we'll broadcast the truth. Truth hasn't been very popular lately. Can't find the code or the uplink. Don't know where the network hid something that big, but they managed. Steve, would you mind? Goodbye, my lovely. You're one of the cops who locked up all my friends, burned my songs. People like you took this country and turned it into a jail. We don't want his death in our hands. He's a cop. He's the butcher of Bakersfield. Come on, Mick, you can see through that crap. It's network propaganda. We don't know that. We know we wouldn't be here if he hadn't helped us. We also know he's not one of us. Perhaps now he's seen too much. I've seen too much? All I've seen is a bunch of low foreheads who think they can change the world with dreams and talk. It's too late for that. If you're not ready to act, give me a break and shut up. Nothing worth losing your head over though, hey? You got it. Well, there's your ride. That's all set. Nothing like first class. I guess this is it. Now you wise, stay out of the national database, okay? And you Laughlin, stop trying to teach the Constitution to the street punks. See you guys at the 10-year prison reunion. You can still join us if you want. No thank you. My brother's gonna get me out of the city. Plus, I'm not into politics. I'm into survival. In our day, it was the same thing. Laughlin, save it for the written test. Good luck. That's from the movie The Running Man. Thanks for redeeming that, Inmita. Hey there, Code. Welcome on in. You got your new glasses and it's quite a blur shite, sadly. Might take 2 weeks for the eyes to get used to, damn it. That really does suck, that it might take that long as well. It'd be so annoying too as well. Yeah, and Mita, that whole scene, like, it does segue into a different scene. Like, they're in the bunker, or the hideout, or whatever it is actually, and they're getting rid of the explosive devices that are around their neck. Because Arnie's character was framed for something he didn't do and was sent to a prison, and they have these things around their neck, and it'll actually blow up and kill you if you step out of line or you go beyond a certain boundary and all this kind of stuff. So anyway, after escaping with two of the other inmates, they get their explosive devices taken off from around their neck by this guy. And once that whole scene is finished, where he's talking about Arnie's character being the butcher of Bakersfield, after that whole part, it cuts to Arnie getting on the back of like this truck to get to where his brother lives, and so that part is like right after the other scene. But I put the two together anyway, because the other part is just so short, but I wanted to include it. Plus, it also helps in making sure that the actual scene has enough of Arnie's character's dialogue in it to actually make it worth a redemption. Because sometimes there's scenes from his movies that I find quotes for on IMDb where he might only have one sentence, but the rest of the characters have like 3 or 4 lines each, and it's like, what? this isn't going to do for a scene redemption. That's right, Ogorki. Yeah, head go boom. It's actually funny because there was another movie that actually used a similar concept, except in this movie called Wedlock, each person who had the explosive device around their neck, they were actually connected to someone else in the prison, but no one knew who that other person was. So if one person that was linked to another person got out of line, both collars would blow up. So both people would get killed as punishment. The Key of Aurelia. Drake maintains that it can repel the forces of the Great Old Ones and lock the doors to the undersea city of Aurelia. I see an ugly solid gold medallion, engraved with the same symbol that repulsed Charles Hawkins in the Nameless bookstore. It remains to be seen if it can really protect Sarah Hawkins. Extract from the notebook of the Edward Pierce, private detective. Sketch of a bust. This sketch must guide me to the artifact concealed by Charles Hawkins. Where have I already seen it? Lizzie, it's 27 days left until your birthday. You can't wait to see some friends that weekend. Excellent, Lizzie, that's good. It's great to have something to look forward to as well on your birthday too. Sketch of a still life. This sketch must guide me to the artifact concealed by Charles Hawkins. Where have I already seen it? In Mita, thank you so very much for the 10 bits. That's awesome, In Mita. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. They're your last bits that you have? Oh, excellent. Thank you so much for choosing to use them in the channel here. Thank you so much, dude.
This is the amulet that Drake was looking for.
This amulet is engraved with the Elder Sign. Drake calls it the Key of Aurelia. He firmly believes that this artifact is of great power. Hey, demigod. Good morning to you as well. Welcome on in. I hope your day's going well. Okay, so we got some skills in the occult, but we absolutely had to actually do this interaction. So that increase in occultism that we just got is completely unavoidable. So for this playthrough, that's an exception. Which now means if we actually look at the skills of Pierce, we've gone from 0% occultism to 5%. But yeah, there's no way to avoid getting that increase in occultism because we have to interact with that thing to progress the story. Demigod, morning to you and every evening to me, if you're correct. Absolutely, Demigod, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely well and truly evening here. In fact, it's actually past midnight now that I see the time. Time flies when you're having fun. But yeah, it's about 12:08 a.m. on Wednesday morning now. I won't do it when I finish this stream, but technically I could actually do another stream of something in terms of like the fact that it's now Wednesday. But I'll be waiting until later Wednesday my time before I do Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation. Because there's no way I would stream it after this stream's finished to Call of Cthulhu and do a decent sized stream, because by then it would be like 5 a.m. in the morning. And while I would be willing to do that if it was the actual release day for that remaster, that time has passed, so I definitely wouldn't be doing it. That's the great thing, though, about having the time zones, is that even if I start a playthrough on a Tuesday and I've got a different game locked in on a Wednesday, it still fits because for different parts of the world, it hasn't ticked over to the next day yet. So while it is Wednesday for me now, it's still Tuesday in a lot of places.
Ah, it's you again.
I think I've found what we're looking for.
Let me see that. Yes, that's it. It's perfect. We are saved.
I must tell Mrs. Hawkins.
Yes, do that.
Percenter, it's still Tuesday afternoon there. I'm from the future. It'd be so cool though if that's actually how things worked, in terms of like literally being in the future, where all the things that have actually happened in Australia have already happened, but all the things that are yet to happen in the rest of the world haven't happened yet. That would be cool if time actually worked like that.
I have it. It's a strange amulet. I hope it will protect you, considering that nothing will help you change your mind.
You must understand, I already went too far.
What have you seen that's so terrible you convinced yourself that you had to risk so much?
I can't tell you now.
This story is going to end badly.
Yes, Chief West is here with Sullivan.
Bradley, you take care of Sarah. I will deal with them.
You sure? All right.
I've been hearing about you a lot lately. You seem to enjoy causing trouble.
Nice job, Chief. You got me. Great police work.
You can try to play smart with me all you want, Pierce. Witnesses have identified you as the one who set fire to Riverside.
Witnesses? How convenient. That's not the whole story, is it?
I don't care about your stories. Save him for the judge. You know, us cops, we base our investigation on facts and testimonies. You might want to try that next time.
You bet I will.
Gorky, can you think that it would be cool if time was slowed down? I think there would definitely be a lot of really good uses for that, especially when it comes to seeing that something's about to hit you that could cause really significant damage or even kill you, but being able to actually slow it down at will to be able to avoid, give you a bit more time to actually think about what you need to do to avoid it, versus just having like an instant need to be like, shit, you know. So I think there'd be a lot of uses for it as well. I mean, if you look at the movie Click, the Adam Sandler movie, in that movie he gets a magical remote control for a television that when you press pause on the controller, it pauses everything around the person using it. If you press fast forward, it fast forwards everything that's going on around the user and all that kind of stuff. And in that movie as well, something happens to the remote and it gets damaged and it gets stuck on the fast forward button for a little bit. But by the time he's able to actually get it working again, years have actually passed. So it was held down long enough to make so many years pass. And then by that time, you know, his kids have already grown up and all that kind of stuff. So there's definitely potential for the ability to slow things down or speed things up where it could be a bad thing as well. Chapter 10, Darkwater Police Station. With the help of Algernon Drake, Pierce has obtained an amulet that is supposed to protect Sarah Hawkins against the evil powers that covet her. The painter told him of her desire to track and kill the dimensional shambler in order to atone for her sins. Before Pierce could stop her, he was arrested by the police.
You know, I've heard a lot about you, Mr. Pierce.
All good, I hope.
It appears that you've been involved in a variety of misdemeanors since your arrival on Darkwater. Entering private property, twice. Aggression, insulting behavior, and to top it all, arson.
Listen, Chief West, I realize that I'm in your jurisdiction, and that you don't like guys like me. However, I think that these accusations are exaggerated and that we would benefit from working together.
If that means a confession from you and therefore less paperwork for me, then we've got a deal.
I'm serious. Can't you see what's going on right under your nose?
Yeah? So what's going on that I don't know about?
The fire at the Hawkins mansion is just a tree hiding the forest. You contented yourself with the so-called proof that was given to you without asking yourself any other questions.
It may seem odd, but unlike you, we base our investigations on facts, not on vague theories.
And despite all that, you fail to see the truth.
The only truth that I see is that you're finally where you belong, degenerate. Come on, I'll show you to your new residence. I'll be back later to ask you some questions. I hope that you'll make the right choice and confess to everything. It would be as unpleasant for you as it would be for me if I had to adopt more advanced questioning.
I have no doubt about that.
Good night, Mr. Pierce.
Mr. Pierce, The Truth Seeker. We meet at last.
Who's there?
I am the one men named Leviathan. Not because of the scale of my terrestrial form, but as a reminder of the immensity of my knowledge, which I came to share with you, human. Do not struggle. You will not be able to speak or escape my influence.
Alright, so at this point, whatever you choose, it doesn't matter. Because in this part of the game, you can't even speak anyway. And also, there's going to be some dialogue choices that all of them are the Relia language. So, with this playthrough in mind, when we get to that point, it doesn't matter what I choose, but I have to choose one of them. So that doesn't actually count against the medicine approach. But yeah, in this particular instance as well, so sanity is too high to submit. So we can either try to speak or struggle as well. So either or I can pick. That's interesting though. I think this is the first playthrough where my sanity meter hasn't been hasn't been low enough to choose this option.
I told you to behave. You are here to accept the knowledge and follow the path that leads to your freedom. This is an offer that the likes of you, particularly those with such rare characteristics, cannot refuse. The more you bend your human spirit to make it able to receive the truth, the closer you will come to embrace his power. Where is the Oracle, Truth Seeker? Would you like to see her?
Alright, so with these choices, I can choose whichever one I want. But in terms of thinking medicine approach, I'm going to choose accept the knowledge because I feel like someone who is interested in medicine is also interested in getting as much knowledge about medicine as they can. And even though this isn't in particular about medicine, I'm going to choose this anyway. But I could choose this if I wanted to, but I feel more inclined to choose this one. Dr. Darling, why did you think this game came out in 2014? You were hoping Rob would do more playthroughs for the anniversary. Yeah, no, you were close. Well, not close, but you were off by 4 years. It was 2018 when this game came out. But yeah, if this was a game that was celebrating a 10th anniversary, I definitely would want to do some different things.
Where is the Oracle? Is she not the very object of your quest? I'll let you see for yourself. But do not forget, your fate has already been written. Our paths shall cross again, Truth Seeker.
You know the risk, Sarah. If you happen to use your powers again, you may lose more than your life.
It is not about me, but innocent lives. I hope that your sources are reliable.
The bootleggers have the painting. If the dimensional shambler is to appear, he will do it here. The shambler! I knew it!
No! Not again! Algernon, come back!
Hey, Deadly Vulture, welcome. You're currently studying maths, but it's getting boring. I would find it boring too, as well, to be honest. I'm not a big fan of maths.
Where is Algernon? And the Shambler? No way back. How many are there?
You can't leave us!
Sorry, old friend, but it's either you or me.
No! What are you... No! Open! Open up! Open this door! It's here.
The beast is within our reach.
Are you sure you want to do it?
Let's go.
Quickly! Come with me!
How do we kill it?
The Shambler can open breaches between dimensions. He uses glyphs as anchors to stay in our world.
Then I must destroy these glyphs.
Exactly.
How can I find them?
I will make the glyphs visible so you can revoke them. By doing so, this zone will be protected by a barrier.
Perfect. Stay inside the shield.
I'll create the protective barrier. Get back inside it as soon as you sense the slightest danger. The first glyph must have appeared somewhere on the floor. Find that symbol, Sarah. It should react to the light if you use your lamp. The first glyph must have appeared somewhere on the floor. Find that symbol, Sarah. It should react to the light if you use your lamp.
The glyph. I can't move it. Is it acting against me?
The ritual is working. Don't worry, it's just until I ward it off. Oh no. The Wanderer is back. The glyph is ready, Sarah. Run!
I wasn't keeping an eye on the oil.
The second symbol has been revealed. You know what you have to do, Sarah.
That was lucky, because if the Shambler got close to me, the only way I could actually prevent it from killing me would be to actually use the boost on the lantern, but without any oil in it, can't use the boost. Because it slows down the Shambler, but you have to keep shining it on it to keep it slowed down.
The second glyph must have appeared. Let's press on.
Where is it?
The symbol must be here somewhere. You startled me, my friend. I have the impression the Shambler is trying to anticipate our actions. The second glyph must have appeared. Let's press on.
Yeah, listen, there's definitely a lot of like running around. It's like, quick, run, 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 run. Dr. Darling, you have to get back to work in 27 minutes.
Must be here somewhere.
So you missed the ending. That's
that is what
definitely
I'm
fair.
doing.
Especially with the timing and stuff.
He's getting stronger and more aggressive. If he catches up with you, try blinding him.
No. First death of the playthrough. Chapter 10, Bootlegger's Caves. Thrown in prison, Pierce finally met the mysterious entity men call Leviathan. The being offered him to unveil Sarah Hawkins' schemes by seeing through her eyes. Interesting. That didn't pop up before this section to read. Only after dying. Rip indeed, Lucinda. First death of the playthrough.
Where is it?
He's getting stronger and more aggressive.
I've gone too fucking far in the bloody thing. Went too fucking far into the symbol because I thought that I'd be able to cheese it, but no. You gotta actually open the door thing and then just start to move away from it.
Where is it?
You startled me, my friend.
That's right, Dr. Darling. They are afraid of the light, Alan.
The second glyph must have appeared. Let's press on. Now is when matters get complicated. I must breach the barrier to ward off the creature. You have to lure it in front of me, Sarah. Do you understand? Once it goes after you, I need you to guide it towards me.
Dr. Darling, the hospital chapter you did earlier is more scary than most Resident Evil games. Oh, is it? Yeah, I don't know. Whether something's scary or not, I can't really judge. Because I don't get scared. So it's like other
We're
elements.
almost there, Sarah. Only one glyph left to find.
Other elements are what are more important. It's the atmosphere, the ambience, and all that kind of stuff. The mood that things set in a horror story. That's the things that I have to use to judge horror stories with.
The glyph is near. I'm sure of it.
Whether it's scary or not is something I can't really use as a gauge.
Oh no, it's already here. Release me now! Algernon!
Done! Quickly! Bring him towards me! Well done, Sarah. It's time we were done with this painting. Let's go, Sarah. It's over.
Do you hear something? I can hear him. He calls me.
Sarah! No!
Algernon. It's too late.
You must resist! Please! Don't!
Staying in that case, top 10 religion jump scare reactions would be a very boring YouTube video. Yeah. I mean, jump scares can get me, but the only reaction that happens is just a physical jolt. I don't vocalize anything, so I definitely wouldn't be getting a jump scare and then like yelling or screeching or making some kind of like, sigh or, lack of like loss of breath or anything like that. I'd just basically do like a physical jolt reaction, which wouldn't be that exciting anyway, so. Chapter 11, Darkwater Police Station. Sarah Hawkins, together with Algernon Drake, managed to permanently drive the Dimensional Shambler back at the end of a fierce battle. However, this feat of strength cost her what was left of her self-awareness. She has succumbed to the call of the myth.
Sarah Hawkins. Why did she do it? Damn it!
Did our guest enjoy our hospitality?
Let me out of here.
I'm warning you, Pierce. I want a short and clear-cut confession. Do you admit your guilt in the case brought before you?
You don't have any idea what's happening on this damn island.
Chief West, we got a problem.
Damn it, not now. What is it this time?
Captain Fitzroy, Chief. Some guys have ransacked Roy's bar. They went berserk, attacked the patrons, smashed the place up. It's chaos.
This is only the beginning. Let me out.
Let's go take a look. Tell Sullivan and Marshall to keep this one nice and warm till I get back.
Are you stupid? Don't you understand? Those goddamn idiots.
Truth Seeker. I find you again. As promised, I come back to reiterate the offer of truth. As your mind expands and finally understands the true nature of the world, your perceptions change. Are you ready to see your world and the ones that live in it as they truly are?
This is the part where I was saying that these dialogue options are all in the Relia language, so it doesn't matter which one you choose. And for this playthrough with the medicine approach, it also doesn't matter which one I choose, because I have to choose one of them. So now when you watch a horror movie or play a horror game, you'll get startled. If someone happens to watch or play co-op along, that's when you make more noises. Oh, I see, Sony, yeah. Yeah, that's fair enough too as well. Because when you're watching something with someone, there's an extra energy that gets added to the experience of, you know, playing a game, watching a movie, so that definitely makes sense.
Come, Truth Seeker. Follow the path of the ultimate truth.
I thought we were made of the same stuff, Detective. Fighters. Survivors. I never would have thought you so naive. It's all your fault. You could have stopped this whole thing. Your army buddies, the villagers, me. We're all in danger, as long as you're alive.
I can't go to sleep. Keep having the same dream. Or should I say nightmare? That pain in my chest as if I was being skewered. Darkness, cold, silence. Then I wake up in a hospital bed alive. That voice whispers in my mind. I keep hearing it, and I don't know how long I'll be able to resist.
Lucinda, okay, Rod, it's time for you to head off to your counselling appointment. You'll probably be done with the playthrough by the time you get back. I hope you have a great rest of your stream. Thank you, Lucinda. Thank you for being here as well. I really hope that you have a great day today. I hope that everything goes well. Thank you so much for being here. That's absolutely no worries at all. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel if you haven't before. Lucinda is doing a playthrough of Resident Evil Revelations. We'll also be doing Resident Evil Revelations 2. It's part of a Resident Evil marathon that she's been doing. Also playing through games like Thief as well. A big fan of games like Dishonored, as well as Evil Within, The Last of Us, Dying Light, and Dead Island, to name a few. Great streamer, also has some really cool emotes as well. That's all good for the shout out, Lucinda. I hope that everything goes well today. Definitely catch you again soon as well. Dr. Darling, you have 5 days free in a row because there is a strike on Thursday, Friday, and Monday is a holiday. Please replay the game again during that time frame. Yeah, I'll just cancel the scheduled Tomb Raider remaster stream that day and just redo this again. Just kidding. But that's definitely fair enough. More like, Joel, wait. That's true, exactly. That's right, yeah, Lucinda's going to be doing a playthrough of The Last of Us Part 1 and 2 as well, coming up, because I do believe that the PC version of Last of Us 2 is coming up. Or is it the remaster of Last of Us Part 2?
Who are you, Truth Seeker? I may see you in my dreams. I still can't decide if you will be my doom or my liberation. This fate, it may have been written for both of us, but I will fight for what is right.
Oh, I got you to listen to remaster of 2. Because I thought so, because I was thinking, hang on, the original came out in 2019, so surely the PC version would have come out, maybe not the next day after, but before today. And then I was like, oh no, hang on, remaster was it? But yeah, so it's the remaster of 2.
Dom, what happened?
Come, you'll want to hear what these two Egypts have to say.
This better be interesting.
Seems like someone decided to grant you your deepest wish.
A mutiny?
Worse. They killed Chief West.
What?
And left his body in one of our warehouses.
You're kidding.
They're all yours.
Which one of you is dumb enough to kill a cop and throw him on my doorstep?
We don't know nothing.
The dead body in my warehouse disagrees.
We swear, miss, it's not us.
I don't have time for this. Spill it.
We've got nothing to do with it.
So we have here a choice of strength. Even though we're not actually playing as Edward Pierce, I'm still going to adhere to my focus for this playthrough, which is the medicine approach. So we won't be choosing that option. And even though it's not a strength master icon for these two choices, unless we actually have to, but I'm going to avoid those for now at least and choose this.
Should I trust these two?
They're scared as shit.
What's more frightening than me?
Good question. The captain?
It's just a misunderstanding. Anyone can make a mistake. Shut up.
Interesting. Let's go, Dom. Where is this workshop?
I'll go with you. He must be talking about the old boat repair workshop.
Release our friends, you bunch of pickaroons.
Yeah, they've done nothing wrong.
Apart from killing a cop on our turf.
That's hooey.
How do you know they killed him?
Do you want me to settle it with some lead?
Scurvy dog, always threatening us.
Quieten these lunkheads down before I shiv the lot of them.
I'll take care of them. A bunch of liquor sponges aren't going to lay down the law round here.
I'll take a look at this workshop. Join me when you're finished.
Alright, so we actually absolutely have to get through this door, so using something that's related to investigation is fine. Because this is where the corpse is that we need to examine.
If someone had told me that one day West's work would kill him. Someone moved the corpse here. Where did the murder happen? We came from here. Down the stairs. So this is where West was killed. What's that? What the fuck is that? Where did it come from? He wasn't alone. Who were those guys? There's only one man who smokes these gaspers. Fitzroy.
You're not supposed to be here, Truth Seeker.
Alright, so the only way to get past those is to actually shoot them. If you don't shoot them, you die. So for this playthrough, that's medicine focus. I shot those people. Okay, there's nothing new to read. Dr. Darling. Ah, me matey. Yeah.
What the hell?
Dom, get out of here.
Go! I'll cover you! Die, you filthy rat!
Damn it!
Chapter 12, Darkwater Police Station. Pierce saw Kat's worrying discoveries through her eyes. While she was searching for the murderer of a cop, she was attacked by some of the island inhabitants. Pierce has yet to find if she did make it.
Pierce, wake up.
What happened?
Take that weapon, you'll need it. Sarah Hawkins, she... Ah!
What? Tell me!
My head! You're coming into my head!
Bradley, damn it, pull yourself together!
They got me. I can't resist any longer.
Alright, so I can't choose that. But I can choose any of these options except for this one.
Do you remember the cultists we saw under the Hawkins house? I saw them on the docks.
Pierce, you've been in this cell for days.
Listen, I think they are responsible for your affliction.
I was unable to stop her.
What do you mean, unable?
She left with the bookseller. He came back, alone. Told me she couldn't resist the call. The doctors told me later that they saw her going in the direction of the whaling station.
Damn it!
I'm turning, Pierce, into one of those things.
No! Keep fighting it, Bradley.
It's too late. You have to end this. Do it. Kill me.
This is a time choice. Not going to shoot.
Enough killing.
Idiot! Ah! Now go, you imbecile.
Sarah Hawkins was going to the whaling station.
Go! Die! I can't take any more! Who's there?
Chapter 12, Darkwater Port. Pierce awoken in his prison cell. Bradley came in to free him, but his state forced Pierce to make an impossible choice. The detective is now after Sarah Hawkins. He hopes he will catch with the mad artist before she makes things worse. Worse. Needed a bit of proofreading on this.
Sarah Hawkins was going to the whaling station.
Alright, so, I'll try again to see if I can... I've never tried to get through this part of the game without actually killing any of these enemies, so... see if there's any way to cheese not killing.
Go! Die! I can't take any more! You won't have my flesh. You won't have my skin. I can't take any more. It's my body! Only I have the right to eat it! I can't take any more! I can't take any more!
Bloody Captain. I'm not dying in this rat hole. Come on. If I find him...
What are you still doing here, Detective?
I need to go to the whaling station.
It's locked. You'll need a key to get there.
Right.
Go get me a first aid kit. I might have something for you.
You were chasing Fitzroy, but now you're here, injured.
How do you know? There were too many. Got us. If I don't get something to stop the bleeding, I'm a goner.
I'm coming back with a first aid kit.
Hurry up. I won't last long.
Alright, so Kat is injured, but we also can find Roy, who's injured as well. And there's only one first aid kit, so you have to choose which of the two characters you want to actually give the first aid kit to. Now, I can't remember off the top of my head, but I think in my last playthrough that I did...
I don't want to see you. I don't want to hear you.
I left it up for Twitch chat to vote on, and I think the vote went to save Roy and not Kat, but in this playthrough, I'm just going to go and save Kat because, well, I just feel like it in this playthrough.
Who's there? Oh. Go away. It's my body. Only I have the right to eat it. Who's there? Oh, no! Get off! Oh, no! It's my body. Only I have the right to eat it. Who's there? Oh, no! You won't have my flesh. You won't have my skin. It's my body. Only I have the right to eat it. You won't have my flesh. You won't have my skin. I can't take any more. Who's there?
Hey, you! Come over here. They got the boss. Nasty wound. I wanted to get her the first aid kit in the Hawkins warehouse, but there's one of those poor bastards in it. Too dangerous.
I'll see what I can do.
This first aid kit will be useful. These possessed madmen are wiping out Darkwater, and I count on leaving here alive.
This should enable me to stop Kat's bleeding. Hope his boss will have more luck. Shit. They're going to the whaling station. I'd better hide and wait until they're gone.
Go! Die! Oh, no! I can't take any more! You won't. It's my body. Only I have the right to eat it. Go! Die! It's my body. Only I have the right to eat it. Go away!
Go get me a first aid kit. I might have something for you.
Here, take it.
Right. The entrance to the whaling station is behind the Hawkins warehouse.
Go! Die! Oh, I don't want to see you. I don't want to hear you. I can't take any more. Leave me alone. Go! Die! Oh. You won't have my flesh. You won't have my skin.
In terms of trying not to kill enemies, it's probably better to actually have saved Roy with the health kit, but we'll keep trying.
Who's there?
Hang on. Oh, great. So it didn't make a new checkpoint after we actually gave her the first aid kit. Oh, well. To try and get through this without actually killing any of these enemies, what I'll do instead is actually get the first aid kit for Roy instead.
It's my body. Only I have the right to eat it.
Because where he is, there's more open areas and space to run around in.
You won't have my skin. Get off.
Not really deadly, no. But I wanted to try and see if I could actually get through this whole part without actually killing these enemies. I had to as Kat when I was playing as her because there was no room to actually run around the enemies.
You won't have my flesh! You won't have my skin!
Who's there?
Although might not even have to save any of them, but
You won't have my flesh. You won't have my skin.
yeah. What? That was so weird. Oh no! Oh, fucking hell! I hate how there's a message that appears in both instances of whether you've given her the health kit or before you've given it. It's like,
Who's there?
I hate when games do that stuff.
No.
Oh, that's good, Vulture. That you're on your second maths lesson since you have double. So how many different lessons and subjects do you have today?
Who's there? Oh. I can't take any more.
It won't stop. Oh, God. What am I doing?
I didn't even press the shoot button. Oh, it's one of those games where you don't... It's one of those games where you don't have to actually, press the aim button and shoot. So, I think So I pressed the button to actually close the door, but the game counts any button as shooting, it seems, I think, or something, I don't know.
Who's there? Oh, no. It's my body. Only I have the right to eat it. You won't have my flesh. You won't have my skin. It's my body. Only I have the right to eat it.
Healing is one of the main objectives, but maybe I don't need to even have to fucking worry about it. I don't know. Oh, that's good, Vulture. After maths, you have study time.
It's my body. Only I have the right to eat it.
This game is a bit like BioShock. Yeah, there's not really many segments in this game where you actually shoot.
You won't have my flesh.
It's something they add just in the last couple of chapters of the game. That's right, I've got to heal at least one of these characters because of the whole... You can't just climb over that, which I would do in real life if I was Edward Pierce, but I'm not. So we have to go with the video game's restrictions and get this health kit and save one of them because you get a key or something in there or something, I don't know.
This should enable me to stop Kat's bleeding.
Absolutely, Vulture, yeah. Yeah, almost finished the game. What chapter was this one? Chapter 12. There's actually 14 chapters.
Shit. They're going to the whaling station. I'd better hide and wait until they're gone.
Go! No.
Enough!
Go! Die! Go! Die!
Yeah, there's no real way to do this without killing anyone, so fuck it.
No.
Jesus Christ. The fucking shooting in this game is stupid too, because the shot does not count unless the icon above their head is actually above their head. You could be literally aiming at them directly, but if the icon isn't above their head, then the game won't count the shot as hitting them.
Who's there?
Stop. Oh God. What am I doing?
Go! Die!
If there is a way to do this without killing these enemies, it would take so long that I don't want to spend hours past 1 AM, which it is now, just to try and do something that isn't necessarily really anything to do with the whole medicine approach either, because it's not like I had a rule where I can't kill anyone in this game, so shooting these assholes doesn't count against anything, so it was just more trying to do it without actually killing. Oh, that's good, Vulture. Yeah, tomorrow I'll be going back to Tomb Raider, The Last Revelation Remastered.
Hey, you!
Come over here!
This should enable me to stop Kat's bleeding.
Vulture, wait, you have rules for games when you play. Not every single game and every single playthrough, but for specific ones. When I'm doing like a challenge run,
Shit.
I'll have challenge
They're going
rules.
to the whaling station. I'd better hide and wait until they're gone.
Well, this playthrough does have rules.
Who's there?
The rules didn't actually include not being able to kill anyone. I was just trying to see if I could actually get through this without killing anyone, but the positioning of where the enemies are versus what you need to do and where you need to go is such that it's like trying to dodge a minefield.
Go! Die!
So it'll just be quicker if I just kill these enemies that get in the way. But otherwise, for this playthrough, when it comes to choices of do I choose a dialogue option that's medical versus non-medical and not another skill category, then I have to make that decision. So let's say there's 3 dialogue options. One is a medical dialogue approach. The other is a psychology one, and then the other one is just a general one with no actual thing tied to it.
Ugh, damn it!
Well, for this playthrough's case, I'd have to choose the medicine approach. I wouldn't be able to choose the other ones.
Go get me a first aid kit. I might have...
Here, take it.
Right.
I do that sometimes, Vulture, yeah. It just depends on what I want to do, what I'm in the mood for.
Go! Die! No! Go!
Only when I'm doing a challenge run do I have rules for the AC games.
Intruder! Somebody here!
Here! Somebody here!
Well, that's good, Vulture. I hope that your dog is having a good rest. Chapter 13, Abandoned Whaling Station. Pierce crossed the docks where old acquaintances and new faces met their ends. All over the place, Leviathan slaves were wandering in search of a victim. After fighting his way through and after discovering the truth about the origin of the cult and its founders, Pierce finally reached the whaling station. He hopes to catch Sarah Hawkins before she does something bad.
Sarah is with those bastards. I gotta find her quick.
Locked. This tank seems strong enough to break down the door. I'll be lucky if it's still sharp enough. Doesn't work. This tank seems strong enough to break down the door. This handle moves the reservoir. If I can get some momentum, it might work as a ram. Another volume of the Reverend's wife's diary.
Diary of the Pastor's Wife, Volume 5. These are the last entries of the pastor's wife. Her husband ordered his faithful to come together for a final ceremony in the honor of Leviathan. She fears that the pastor will ask them to sacrifice themselves to this abomination. She tried to escape. This is probably why her body was found in a cave under the mansion.
A rope and a hook. Could use that to hold the reservoir back.
The rope hook has two parts, the rope and the hook.
This should stop the cart from moving. This should help me get the tank swinging. I need something to cut the rope to release the tank against the door.
It's funny, I was curious how many skill points I've got, and I've got 40 skill points. But for this playthrough, the only skill I could actually put those points into is medicine. But you can only put skills into medicine at the start of the game. After that point, you have to find medical books to actually increase the level of your medicine skill. So as a result, it means that I can't use my skill points for anything else at this point or before this point. So 40 character points is what I have. Hey there, Bioshock. How's it going today?
Sarah?
Leviathan. Stellar lava, offspring of the earth. Leviathan is seen, feared, worshipped, and named by men. It is linked by its dreams to the one who sleeps, and will not find rest until its divine progenitor is free. There is no greater predator on earth, and yet this being that feeds on huge creatures, will never directly attack men. It will instill fear, the dreams of Aurelia, and finally madness into the minds of those it chooses to serve its designs. Cursed are those that cross its path, and more cursed still those who hear its voice, because for them no salvation in death. Extract taken from the Necronomicon by Abdul al-Hazred. Alright, so Pierce's sanity level is now psychotic. There is a secret, a forgotten secret, so old and terrifying, which is only divulged in the blasphemous pages of lost tomes, or whispered during forgotten and outlawed rituals. We're not children of Providence. You know the cruel and awful truth, and you have seen the frightening face of reality. Alright, so a mental trauma category that I haven't actually read yet is this one. And these two here as well. The stolen choice. Gaining knowledge always comes at a cost. An unknown entity has come to find Pierce in his cell. The presence, who calls itself Leviathan, offered to grant what it called knowledge to him. When he accepted this gift, his mind was again projected into another body. He followed the actions and the fall of Sarah Hawkins. She that Leviathan calls the Oracle gave in to the attraction of occult forces after having defeated the Shambler once and for all. Pierce paid a heavy mental price for this knowledge. First dilemma. Leviathan has returned to torture Pierce. This time, the choice has allowed the detective to gain access to shocking revelations on the inhabitants of the island that he believed were his allies. Each piece of knowledge gained destroys Pierce's mind one more bit, a mind already weakened by visual and sound hallucinations that accompany Leviathan's visits. The detective's sanity is greatly undermined by these encounters. He's in danger of sinking into madness for good. Leviathan. The true appearance of Leviathan was revealed, and no man can support this vision without going mad. Pierce set his eyes upon this cosmic being, and his mind suffered a new attack. He is trapped in the whaling station with Leviathan, and he must endure a series of ordeals if he is to survive this encounter. His choices will bear serious consequences for his sanity.
Hello. Who is this?
The quest for truth requires sacrifice. There's no room for compassion.
Who's there?
Your stubbornness at wanting to help others who would have deserted you is a weakness. Fate leads us inevitably to solitude, and in one's final moments, one is always alone. You can't escape it forever. It will always find its way.
Damn it!
finally awake. How do you feel, Mr. Pierce?
Fuller! Son of a bitch! I'll kill you!
No, I'm not even really with you. Well, to be perfectly precise, I am with you. But not in this cell.
What have you done to me?
Me? Nothing, really. See, it's one of the exquisite effects of this incredible creature.
Leviathan!
I see you already know about it. Well, shall we begin?
Alrighty then, so in this part of the game, you have choices. For example, with this medicine, you can either take the treatment or you can refuse the treatment. If you choose don't take the treatment, the game will still have Pierce actually take it. But it doesn't mean that you've fucked up or something. Because if you're trying for a certain ending, one of the endings, and I can't remember which one off the top of my head, one of the endings requires you to refuse to take the treatment. So even though choosing don't take the treatment doesn't prevent Pierce from actually taking it, the game will still recognize that you chose don't take the treatment, and it will still count towards getting a certain ending that requires you to reject the treatment. So this is the first instance of this happening. There's also other choices that we'll have to make where you can decide to do the thing or not do the thing. And in every case, if you choose not to do the thing, the character will still do the thing, but the game will still recognize that you chose not to do the thing, and it will count towards whatever ending requires you not to do the thing. For this playthrough, though, I don't really have any particular ending in mind, and in any case, whatever endings you unlock, you have the choice anyway right at the end to choose which ending out of the ones you have unlocked that you want to actually choose. So for this playthrough, whatever endings we have as choices, it doesn't really matter what endings are left, what endings there are available to me. I'll just choose whichever one I feel like in the moment.
Let me take a sample from you. Flesh, blood, spinal fluids. Don't fear. I created the mythological ichor from Leviathan's flesh. Who knows what I can make with you? I need your body for my research.
Fuller, I killed him.
A necessary sacrifice that proves your determination. Find the truth and be free.
Hey there, Striker. Reasonable response to one who just casually asked for your flesh and spinal fluid. Exactly, Striker. Yeah, it's like, fuck no. Are you serious?
Nothing's happening.
Pierce. Fitzroy. Time to hoist the white flag. We're not gonna hurt you.
I won't go without a fight.
You think you're here of your own accord?
Stay back, or I'll put a bullet in your head.
How's three more of them spoken? You will follow your destiny.
What?
In his awakening.
I see. You cannot escape my awareness. I followed your wanderings, your choices, your attempts to free yourself from destiny. But it is unavoidable. And as I predicted, you have come to free me. Awaken and call him.
Final chapter, Chapter 14, Coastal Cave. Pierce finally met Leviathan, in flesh and blood. The monstrous creature submitted him to a series of ordeals, at the end of which he decided that the detective was ready to face his destiny. Pierce blew up the whaling station and, after a final confrontation with Leviathan, he passed out.
You are trapped. Keep going.
My God.
This way. Stand up. Walk.
Is somebody there? Hey, who are you? Where am I? The miraculous catch was a trap. Leviathan wanted to be found.
I can avoid choosing that. It's just an investigate thing, which is a skill that I can't use if I can avoid it.
It always comes back to the Scylla. It was where it all began.
It will soon be time, Pierce.
You are dead. None of this is real. I saw you dead, as I see you now. Am I crazy too?
You survived. Don't you understand? You couldn't die. You will stay alive until you've fulfilled your destiny.
No!
Look at me. Look at me, Pierce. Dare tell me that you still don't believe it.
Alright, so this is something I can't choose anyway, but even if I could, I can't choose that. Same with this as well, so this is the only option.
This is madness.
I'm here to guide you.
What did Fuller do to you?
It's not just your life that is at stake. Many men and women have sacrificed themselves for this moment.
Colden!
You will not deprive them of their hope of a better life.
I saw what Leviathan did to Fuller. We will all die like him.
His life was written well before it started. It was not predetermined that he lived to see the call. But you? Yes. It is your destiny.
Alright, can't choose this, but even if I could, for this playthrough, wouldn't be able to, so it's his choice.
You're mistaken. I believe no more in destiny than I do in vampires, gods, and their female prophets.
Oh, well done. That will really impress her.
Again, this denial. It doesn't matter anymore. The future is now but an image that Sarah Hawkins has painted for you. Why don't you go and join her, you who believe in nothing? And then, you'll see.
Idiot.
You'll see that there are truths so powerful, so overwhelming, that even a mind as narrow as yours cannot withstand them.
And what is your truth, Colden? What is your role in this story?
I must take you to Sarah Hawkins, our oracle.
It's so funny, that dialogue that Edward actually said about not believing in, vampires. Which is so funny too, because the actor who plays Edward in this game is Anthony Howell. And he also plays the main character, Jonathan, in the game Vampire, where you play as a vampire. So I like that sort of little thing. But I don't think it was something that was necessarily written because they knew he was also doing the vampire game, but I just find that really fitting. So I do have the ability to choose this option, but I'm not going to choose it, so it's where is she we're going to choose.
Sarah, tell me where you took her.
We'll find her at Alabaster Point.
I'm going to get her. Don't try to stop me.
Of course.
Shut up. Get out of my way.
Stop fighting the dead.
No one can fight their fate. Neither them, nor you. Don't resist, Edward. They're already dead. There's nothing you can do. Just give in.
What happened to me? Sarah. I must find Sarah before she suffers the same fate.
Chapter 14, Alabaster Point. After a final confrontation, Pierce must go to Alabaster Point, where Sarah Hawkins is supposed to be waiting for him. There, he must make decisions that could change the destiny of the world. And Mita, the way he was looking at the camera reminded you of this emote. Oh yeah, the stare one. It's funny in Mita because I was doing some clips for Assassin's Creed Black Flag, and I uploaded them to my YouTube, and I was working on the thumbnail for one of them, and I wanted to really show Captain Bartholomew Roberts' face in close-up when he was giving this really, really creepy grin. And when I was doing that too, I thought, oh, I could do that as an emote. And the angling is not 100% the same, but the angling is similar to the stare emote. Cheers in Mita. It's such a creepy friggin' grin.
This is Alabaster Point.
Alabaster Point.
You must go to the summit.
What have they done to me?
Come on.
Oh! Mr. Pierce. I was expecting you.
Fuller. You died in front of my eyes.
Don't jump to conclusions. Is there not the tiniest spark of a scientific mind inside of that detective skull of yours?
What abject substance did you use to turn her into an empty shell?
Abject substance? The serum extracted from Leviathan's oil bestows the power of life. To me, my body is nothing but the mortal vessel of my conscience. To you, it contains more answers and secrets than your insignificant mind can grasp.
This is such a great piece of music.
You can barely stand up, and yet here you are. You never give up.
That is not you. Not anymore. Not since your disappearance on the docks.
Ah, detective. So easy to fool you. So eager to rush to the rescue of a woman in distress.
You won't make me regret having tried to save people. I did what I could. Even for Colden.
Your efforts to change your destiny, although in vain, make you worthy of the fate that is yours. The day has come. You will be asked to choose.
I like that typo. You will be asked to choose. Hey dudes, welcome. You've never heard of this game before in your life. It came out in 2018, and you play this detective. It's set in 1924, and you play this detective who has to find out what happened to this woman who was a painter, and she went to this island, and that's where she lived, and she had these really, really creepy paintings. And so her father comes to the detective and asks if he'll actually look into it, because his daughter had died in a fire along with her son and husband. And so that's what sets you off on this adventure, and it's basically dialogue choices. You investigate things, and you find clues to stuff and all that kind of thing. We're actually up to the final chapter now, so once we finish this, I'll be finishing the stream, but this is the playthrough I started last week and wanted to finish it today, so Hope things are going well. Welcome on in. Thanks for the good luck, dudes. And that's no worries at all, dude. I've played this a few times, and I wanted to do a different approach this time around. So anything related to medicine, whether it's something in the dialogue choice that has a medical type of response, I decided to do a focused playthrough on medicine. So we have to make those choices, and when we're investigating stuff, sometimes they'll actually put the icon for what kind of skill is being used, whether it's investigation or whether it's strength. And in those cases, if there's no other choice except that, then I can actually interact with those things or choose those choices.
You took everything from me. Wife, life, destiny.
You forsook your right to a normal life the moment you chose power over humanity. No one wants to see such an unbearable sight.
You don't have the slightest idea of what you speak, of what I've been through. I have sacrificed my life to the one who sleeps. My marriage, my family, my own flesh. Why didn't Sarah choose me? Why is it your damn face on her painting?
How much more evidence will you choose to ignore? All her paintings were right. You can't deny it.
I don't know. I don't know.
Your fear of the unknown and your stupid pride cloud your judgment. Quit lying to yourself and embrace your destiny. It's not cowering that brought you those medals. None of this is real. You know it deep down.
If nothing's real, what are you?
I am a projection of your mind. What remains of that instinct that pulled you out of the trenches. Don't listen to them. They're too dangerous for your tired mind.
Dudes, yeah, you know some tiny stuff about medicine, maybe I can help. Yeah, it's one of those games where, like, it doesn't really sort of, like, test your knowledge on stuff. There's so many different skills that you can put points into, and then when you're talking to characters, you can choose dialogue choices sometimes that reflect a skill, whether it's psychology or medicine as well. And if you have the right level in those things, then there's certain dialogue choices related to those skills that you can actually choose. But if you don't, it's off limits for you and stuff, so you have to choose one of the other dialogue options. But yeah, it's been interesting to do this kind of approach. I've actually had some dialogue that's different to playthroughs I've done before, so it was good to actually do something a little bit different as well, because I've already gotten all the endings to this game in the past. So when I play this game now, I try and find, you know, some kind of like different approach to it. Kind of a challenge in a way, but not necessarily in the same way that you would like an action game or, you know, other games where you can add challenges to the gameplay to make it even more difficult. It doesn't really make this game difficult. It just means that there's just certain things that I can't actually choose or can't interact with. There's some things where it's like, you can go into this room, but you don't actually have to go into this particular room and investigate. So if there's another room, and you have to go into that room for the story and to activate the next part, then you can just skip the room that's not important to the story necessarily, and then, you know, that bypasses a little bit too. So there's been some parts where I haven't actually had to do any investigations in certain areas of the game. I can just bypass it. Vulture, this time you're studying about wildlife, and the video is called Uncharted, the Beautiful World of the Amazon. Oh, nice, Vulture, that's cool. So what would be the subject that you're studying that you probably have the most interest in? Which is the one that you like the most?
It's right there.
I'm almost there.
Here you are at last, Truth Seeker.
What have you done?
I followed the truth. I answered his call. All this time I was fighting it, afraid of what I might discover. But I was afraid of myself.
You're not listening. Have you seen the dead? Their blood is on our hands.
Listen to me, Edward Pierce, as I will deliver the truth.
Hey there, Oliver. Greetings, minions. I, your savior, have returned. Welcome back, Oliver. How's your day going today? Welcome on in. You're on your break, dude? Excellent, that's good. I really hope that you enjoy it. Hope the time on your break actually goes really slow too, as well. You've been working out? Awesome. That's good. I hope you have had some good gym sessions and stuff. We're right at the end of this game, so almost finished it. Got to make some choices. So these two choices, even if I had the required levels to actually choose them, I still wouldn't be able to. For example, this is a different language, and technically I could choose the different language, but taking the medical approach versus the occultist approach versus the sort of like really believing in the myth and stuff, I decided to exclude these as viable choices, unless the game forces you to actually choose it, because there's a part where there's like multiple choices, but they're all this different language, and there's no translation for it either, so it's not like you can see what the translated version of each dialogue in this language is. It doesn't matter which one you choose in that point in the game, as long as you choose one. So for that, I couldn't have chosen it anyway. And occultism, I can't even investigate anything that's occultist or anything like that in this playthrough. There was one exception, though. There was actually something that you needed to do to actually progress the game. So if you didn't do it, you wouldn't be able to keep going. And that was to actually look at a statue so that a chest would appear that you could actually find the amulet you're looking for inside of. So to actually activate that, I had to actually interact with that statue. and as a result, it increased the occultism skill. So that was unavoidable. So it bumped up the occultist skill level to 5% from 0%, just from that one, leveling up part of the occultist thing as well. I had about 40 character points, as they call the skill points in this game. I had about 40 of them, so I don't know how many I might have now, but I couldn't use them because the occultist skill and the medical skill, you can't actually put points into those after the start of the game. At the start of the game, it lets you actually apply points to either occultism or medicine, or a little bit of both. But after that point, for the rest of the game, to increase in either one, you have to actually find the books that are medical or occultist as well. So I avoided the occultist books where I could. If I accidentally interacted with something that turned out to be an occultist book, I just reloaded the checkpoint, and it was a checkpoint that happened before even interacting with the object as well. So I managed to do that, and so the only point in the game where I've had to actually choose, the only point in the game, I should say, where I've actually automatically been given occultist points has been in that point. So it didn't actually count towards anything in this playthrough. So this is the only choice out of this dialogue tree is, are you crazy?
Look around you. Everything is falling apart. You must stop this madness.
I can't make that choice. This will be your decision. One man only, prepared by the trials and revelations, holds the power to change the world. Because I saw you in the dreams I share with my God. I recognize you for what you are, a truth seeker. One of the rare humans who is able to perceive fragments of his mind.
But why? Why is it so important for you that I make this decision?
Because it was written. Or, as I like to see it, painted on the canvas of fate.
Pierce, help me!
Ooh, it's a standoff. Oliver, 12-hour shifts, 3 days in a row. Too easy. Give me a challenge. It's like, how about 24-hour shifts, 3 weeks in a row? Oh, that'd be brutal. Imagine that. I mean, part of the job would have to be have about, a couple of hours of sleep. Vulture, do you want to know a fun fact? Sure, go for it. Dr. Darling, you're watching this at work. RIP, maybe? It's okay. Dr. Darling's not really watching a Twitch stream. This is all part of your imagination. Dudes, this type of game give you the creeps, bro. You get high as fuck and get scared, like, what if this shit happens in real life? And well, all depending on some stupid guy and his mood swings. Yeah. Well, the thing about this game too, and games like it is, it's that question of, is the character actually, like, seeing things that are really there? And hearing things that are really there? Or are they things that some kind of hallucination is causing as well? And the ending that you can choose, like, I think from memory, one of these choices for ending is always there no matter what you do in your playthrough. I can't remember if it's the performing of the ritual or performing the counter ritual, or if both of these are the one that will appear if you just do whatever. But I've got this one here as well, so whatever I've done in this game to have this as an option has made this one of the options. Oliver looks pretty tamed, not gonna lie. Yeah, I mean I'm sort of difficult engaging what's scary and what's not and all that kind of stuff. So I have to look at other things in horror to judge a horror story and stuff. I really love atmosphere and setting a mood and a tone and like a creepy vibe and great music and very sort of like creepy visuals and all that kind of stuff. If a horror movie or game has those and it's done really well, then I really like it. I use that as like a gauge for whether it's a good horror story or not. Oh darling, if they ask you, you were not watching. You were not watching, but you were watching not watching. Not watching. It's been a few playthroughs since I chose an ending that wasn't perform the ritual. So we're gonna go, it's over.
I can't let you do this.
No one can force you. Sorry, Simon.
There's more to the endings when you get them. It'll go to it'll go to this screen, but there's more. You just have to skip. And there we have it. And Mitch, you almost always watch my streams when you're at work. Although, what is work? Stream is more important. Tell that to your boss. Thanks for the GGs in Meta. Thank you. Good call, Dr. Darling. Detroit, become insane. Oliver, is it over? Is the insanity over? It sure is. Yeah. I think because the actual initial cutscene that you see for whichever ending you choose is so short, or can be short, I think they should have actually put both cutscenes together into the one, instead of having it separated by the credits. Like, I know it fits in with the whole after credits thing, but the thing about streaming video games is that some people might think that, alright, so the credits are starting, that means the playthrough's finished, or the stream's finished, or... And it's understandable, like if people just want to watch until the credits start, that's completely fine. But when there's more, I like to make sure that I, let people know, hey, there's actually going to be a little bit more cutscene stuff. So whatever ending you get a cutscene, and then the credits start, and then you get another cutscene. But I feel like both cutscenes should have just been put together into the one long cutscene for whichever ending you get as well. But yeah, that is the ending where Pierce is still in his detective agency place, his office and everything, and while the painting that we see is of Sarah Hawkins dead, it still begs the question, with that ending, did Pierce just hallucinate the whole thing? Or did he see various changes in the painting as he was sitting in his office, which made him go crazy because he's like, holy shit, the painting was one thing, now it's something else as well. But in any case, that is the end of the playthrough. I want to thank everyone so much for watching the stream. I really appreciate it. Ogorki, thank you so much for the GGs. Oliver, thank you for the GGs as well. Muchly appreciated. Vulture, what's your favorite animal? Well, I'd have to say my favorite animal is actually dogs. I like cats as well, but I'm definitely more of a dog person. Oliver, you're going to head back to work now. See you next time. No worries at all, Oliver. I hope that you have a good one at work. I hope that it goes well. Thank you so much for stopping in. I really appreciate it. No worries at all for the stream either, Oliver. I hope you have a good one, dude. No worries in Meta for the stream. You take care as well, dude. Thank you very, very much. Definitely catch you next time. Vulture, yours is a raccoon, otter, and a bear. Oh, cool. Yeah, it's funny with like otters, because I haven't really seen too many of them used in because like a lot of games and movies, it's usually like a raccoon or a rabbit or a bear or a dog or a cat, That's all good for the stream, Lizzie. Absolutely no trouble at all. So the next stream will be Tomb Raider, The Last Revelation. I'll be continuing my playthrough of that. That's my Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday game. This schedule that I'm posting in chat now, I'll obviously have to edit it so that Tuesday the 25th isn't in the schedule anymore, because even though it's still the 25th in other parts of the world, it's well and truly Wednesday here for me. So ignoring the Tuesday the 25th, because that's just the stream that I finished, Wednesday through to Friday is Tomb Raider The Last Revelation, the remastered version. If I finish Tomb Raider The Last Revelation on, say, like a Thursday, I'll just jump straight into Chronicles, which is the next one in line. The coming weekend, I'm aiming to finish off Rise of the Tomb Raider, the 10th anniversary Phase 1 playthrough that I'm doing. That's my intention for this weekend, is to finish that off. So that's the current schedule. If you see me streaming Tomb Raider, then you know it's become Wednesday here. We're going to go and raid out to Gizlek. He's playing Assassin's Creed Syndicate. there's two fitting things about this. Number one, the actress in Assassin's Creed Syndicate who plays the character Lucy Thorne, Emerald O'Hanrahan, she was actually in this game, Call of Cthulhu, that I just finished now. She played Marie Colden. And also, it's another game that's set in a different time period in history. So we're going to go from this game in 1924 back further in time to 1868, which is when Assassin's Creed Syndicate is taking place. But if Gizlek is actually doing the Jack the Ripper DLC, that would then mean it's actually 1888, because that content takes place 20 years after the main story. I'll just bring up his stream on my end and see. Yeah, so he's doing the Jack the Ripper DLC for Assassin's Creed Syndicate. So we'll raid out to Gizlek. Before I do that, though, I just want to give some shout-outs. That's all good for the stream as well, O'Gorky. No problem at all. Lizzie, your favourite animals are snakes and wolves, but you love most animals. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, it's interesting too. Like, I've only known some people who've had like a snake as a pet. Queen of Skeletons, who also is a streamer, like she's got a snake as a pet. I think she might have 2 snakes. I can't remember though. You love all animals, O'Gorky? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I wouldn't really say there's like an animal that I hate or anything like that. Definitely recommend checking out in Mita's channel. He's doing a playthrough for his first time of Uncharted 4, A Thief's End. He's also doing a playthrough of The Witcher 1. Crocodiles, he's doing a playthrough of A Plague Tale Innocence. He did his first playthrough recently of Mirror's Edge Catalyst, but he's up to playing A Plague Tale Innocence, and he's doing a timeline order of various different games, and so he's playing all these different games, but he's putting them in timeline order of what year they take place in, and that's the game that he's currently up to. Lucinda has been doing Resident Evil games. She's doing Resident Evil Revelations. Well, she might have finished that, but she's also doing Revelations 2, and also a lot of other Resident Evil games as well as part of the marathon. Mr. Gote streams games like Banishers, Ghost of New Eden. He's also a fan of games like Outlast, as well as the Dark Pictures series of horror games by Supermassive. That's all good for the shout out in Mita. Absolutely no trouble at all, dude. More than happy to give you one. Lizzie, cats aren't your favourite due to unlucky circumstances outside of your control. Well, that's totally fair too as well, Lizzie. You know, there's just certain things in life that, you know, certain variables have happened, certain things, you know, that are out of our control that, you know, can dictate certain things. There's a general raid message that people can feel free to copy and paste. I've also got a raid message for subscribers as well. We'll see how Gizlek's doing with Assassin's Creed Syndicate's Jack the Ripper DLC. It's a really good DLC, actually. It's probably one of the best DLCs, I feel, for Assassin's Creed. I wouldn't say it's like one of the... I wouldn't say it's like the best DLC out of the whole franchise. I'd probably give that to something like, well, the Hidden Ones DLC for Origins, for example. Alright, now to decide which emotes I want to include. Alright, because we're actually going to be raiding into someone who's playing Assassin's Creed, I'm going to put in some of my Assassin's Creed related emotes. I hope that everyone has a great rest of the day or night, whichever the case may be for you. The next stream that you'll see from me will be Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation Remastered. If you see me streaming that, then you know it's Wednesday. That's my Wednesday to Friday game, and then on the weekend I'll be getting back to Rise of the Tomb Raider. As far as Monday and Tuesday next week is concerned, I haven't decided yet if I'm going to stream on those days and what it will be. If it will be more Tomb Raider more Tomb Raider Remastered, or if it will be a completely different game. I'll just see how things go and what mood I'm in and all that kind of stuff. But for now, Wednesday to Friday this week, Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation Remastered, and weekend, Rise of the Tomb Raider. Thanks again everyone for watching. Really appreciate it. Until next time, have a good one.